Well, hello everybody. How the heck are ya? I think that this is the right time to start this show. Day 3. The Queso Cup. Our lineup. PUIGINS 2-0. Taking on Hype Boys. Looking for their first win. SK Calalas. Losing to their friends from the same organization yesterday, looking to bounce on back against strangers TIKIS, who came out hot on day number 2. SK Gaming looking for their first win against Tribe. And last match of the day, Chivas ESPORTS up against Team Queso Surgical Goblin. 5 wins yesterday, couldn't quite get the 6th. Looking to get himself back in the mix today. That's right, today, where we're playing Clash Royale all day for hours. You can play Clash Royale. I'm not playing. I don't play on these streams. I just talk about people who are playing, who are way better than me. Well, let me get this. I realize my ancillary light is on. There we go. People who are way better than me playing Clash Royale. And I, for one, am happy that they're playing and it's not me. But you know what I'm also excited for? I'm excited for all of you to be here today to watch this competition. What are we doing? Well, it is the Queso Cup Teams Edition. And let's take a look at the overall picture of what we're doing this year. A year-long event here in 2023. $65,000 prize pool. Our first split happening right now. Split number 1, the March-April portion of our competition. I'll get into the details of that more in just a moment. Split number 2 this summer, July and August. And then last chance qualifiers in December, followed by a grand final. A big grand final. A super grand final. It's going to be a whole lot of fun, and I'm planning to be there. I know that you're planning to be there. I'm checking on one thing, because I'm pretty sure that I'm supposed to be starting right now, but these time changes are absolutely crazy. Queso Cup Split 1. Yes, we are starting right now. Good. I was absolutely correct. Did not start the stream an hour early. Let's go. Split number 1. Here's how it worked. Or how it works. How it's working. Phase 1. March 20th, 21st. We had 4 invited teams, 3 qualified teams, and 1 team based on community vote. Now we are into the league phase. Phase 2. Where those 8 teams play in a round robin. And the top 6 teams of this 7-day portion will move on to our playoffs. 6 of 8. The bottom 2 eliminated. Matches are best of 3 sets. King of the Hill, and then a 1v1 dual mode in-game battle. Finally, end of April, playoffs. Playoffs, single elimination bracket, best of 5 sets. Extend that just a little bit more deep. And, of course, one more time taking a look at what we've got happening today. PUIGINS versus Hype Boys. Calalas versus Strangers. SK Gaming going up against, oh yes, of course, Tribe. Chivas ESPORTS versus Team Queso. That's what's happening. I'm pressing the wrong buttons all over the place, folks. And I know that a lot of you are excited to see if anyone can beat PUIGINS, because, oh my word, they are super difficult to beat, because they have this guy named, what's his name again? Mohamed Light is on the team. That's already like pretty hard to deal with. And then this other guy named Mugi, who I've heard is pretty good at Clash Royale. And then on top of that, these 2 dudes named Lucas and Griko, who, from what I can understand, they are pretty much gangsters at this. So there you go. That's the lineups. Let's go ahead and take a look at the opponents for our PUIGINS roster. And still a very talented team that just doesn't seem like they're in rhythm right now. Coco, Stefan, Line, Blizzard, and Geralt. And it's pretty much been Line, Blizzard, and Geralt. 3 CRL, East CRL, Asia veterans. Line, the only ever no-tilt world champion. Blizzard, a 2019 CRL World Finalist. Geralt, longtime CRL pro as well. They've been the mainstays of that roster. Camila Starr, Texas, I love you. Hook'em Horns tonight. Miami, you got nothing. We're bringing the hurricane back to you. That's what's up. Let's take a look at the chat here for a moment because I believe that we're starting, but I have not yet seen the match kickoff inside the game yet. Let's see. Matt Rosser saying Rich equals... You know, I realized I didn't even put my Twitch chat up. Twitch, if you've been chatting, I'm sorry. I didn't even put my Twitch chat up. Let me get that one up there as well so I can see both Twitch and YouTube today. Let's see. Everyone knows Mohamed's the best player in the game. I want to see other players be champions too. Yeah, well, they have to beat him. If you want to be a champion, and Mo exists, you need to beat him. That's really what it comes down to in the end. So maybe someone can do it. We haven't seen it yet, though. We have not seen it yet. Let's see. Open the pink box. Soon. Look at that number. We're getting there. We're getting there. Already like the video? Oh, thank you. I see 46 likes already. Let's go. Who's better, Riley or Ian? Riley doesn't really compete, so I have to go with Ian. When Riley starts competing, maybe he'll be better, but Riley doesn't really compete, so, you know. But he certainly has lots of ability. Emma flexing the code RICH. Gotta love it. I thought we were starting right now, by the way. So let me go ahead and check with League Ops on when our games are actually starting, because I thought they were starting 7 minutes ago. Happy Sunday! Hit 99,000 within the next hour. Congrats, you noob. Thank you. I'm hoping for it. And then on our way to the 100K. That's the whole idea. Let's see. Any co-caster for today? We'll be having someone join us a little bit later today. They are not quite here yet, but later today you will be seeing a co-caster for a bit. Reminds me to go ahead and put myself into the proper Discord chat. And then also to give this link to... Oh, you know what? I'll go ahead and put that in here at to the person who's going to be joining me. Boom. So there we go. Now we're all ready for when that person does happen. How long will the game be in? I don't know. I'm asking. I thought we were starting now. I actually don't know why we don't have game yet. I think that they are maybe the time change, like players are confused, but we are supposed to be the first game's supposed to have already started. Do I like wall breakers? Yeah, they're fine. Mo and them really got the Team USA Redeem Team. The Redeem Team? Not sure what you mean there, but all right. Let's see. What else do we got here? Emma is here the entire time. Emma, thank you for the modding. You rule. You're next level. Mwah. That's specifically just for you, by the way. I'll give everyone else other ones, but that one is just for you. Let's see. I'm the best player in the game. Then you've never seen me play. You know what's funny is that I can speak extemporaneously, off script, off notes, in front of millions of people and not be nervous at all. One person watches me play the game, and I completely freak out. Like, I get so nervous having just one little eyeball up there. If I had to move 3 cards from the game, what would it be? Barb Hut, Golem, and... Barb Hut, Golem, and Battle Healer. There we go. Can we have Rich Jr. II co-cast today? No, Rich Jr. II is 6 weeks old. Unless you want someone to cry and then fall asleep. You really don't want him casting. Sandy's up in here too. Thank you, Sandy. Yeah, I lost a rough game to Golem today. I am trying to figure out. I'm not getting responses from League Ops as to why we haven't kicked off yet. I really don't know what's happening. I'm trying to figure out. Give me 1 second here, folks. Well, that should not be coming through. Time to play caught players off guard, maybe. I'm trying to get answers from anybody. But so far, no answers at all. So hopefully this starts soon. Otherwise, I'm going to be real annoyed. Let's see. Is there some confusion or time delay going on? Well, there's a time change because Europe time changed. Games are supposed to be started. Where? I don't see them. I have to like I guess maybe my app glitched out. Let me see if maybe it's my app. Is my Clash Royale app glitched out? Oh my god. They changed the clan. All right, give me a second here, folks. They changed the clan. So the games have started. They changed the clan and did not tell us that they changed the clan. So apologies for have missed a couple of the opening matches. So let me go ahead and switch into the new clan, and we will have our gameplay up in just one moment. That's a big rip. That's a big rip. That's a big rip, but here we go. I'm getting into the new clan. And here we are. Hey, you know what? We're a little late, but better late than never. Let's watch some Clash Royale. And Toasty saying, it's your fault. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I thought. Well, at least now we are into it. I'm going to guess that what happened in the first two games was that the players just played Spell Cycle with no cards, and that's what happened. That's my theory. But we are still in the first match. So there you have it. We are in the first match. King of the Hill set number 1. It's tied up 1-1. You know what's interesting is that this deck that Lucas is playing, this Minor Cycle with Phoenix deck, is really popular here in dual mode, or in competitive. But if you look at players playing in-game, and I've got a lot of these players on my friends list, it's not very popular in their ladder play right now. And he's going to stop the Phoenix here. Going to have to go in, yeah, last-second protection there from the Miner. I think maybe a bit of an overexpenditure. And from Geralt, this has kind of been the tune, right? Is just some difficulty with decision-making. Overspending in different situations. I get the question, we know who played in the first two games. I will double-check on that once we are in the break after this game. Pressure on the right-hand side. Wallbreaker's picked up pretty easily by this bomb tower. The control here from Lucas should be fairly simple. And now, yeah, you see Geralt cycling the Inferno Dragon into an easy poison value. And now Lucas is just getting 2 poisons down at once. And this is just going from bad to worse right now for Geralt. That Wallbreaker connection could be impactful, but not significantly, not enough. Lucas easy does it. And the overcommitting woes for Geralt continue. Good player. And, you know, it might just be how much are you actively grinding right now versus not. GG, well played. Lucas taking the win on that one. Now let me go ahead and find out what the other games that we already played were. Looks like it was Line, a.k.a. Quinoa, beating Mugi in the first game. And then Lucas beat Quinoa, and now Lucas beat Geralt, and now Lucas is going to wait for Coco. So Lucas with a chance for a King of the Hill sweep here today. And Sandy with the little promotion there. Hey, we're going to hit 90. I think we're going to hit 99 today. I think we'll definitely hit 99 today. And then the question is, can we just like fly right on past that to the 100K? What's the pink box behind me? Oh, when we hit 100,000, you'll find out what the pink box behind me is. You see the logo on there. Emma says, I'm confused on the MK pick. I'm not. That's I mean, that deck is pretty common right now. This Prince MK minor Wallbreakers deck. It's pretty common right now. It's good against a lot of the Archers variants. But Lucas with a good pick to go against that one. So here we go. Game number 4 about to come in. Coco versus Lucas. Let's go ahead and get to it. Interesting choice for Coco to be the man in today. He has been getting some good play time though overall. Give me 1 second, folks. Just adjusting something on my end. Why is this working so weirdly today? 1 second. That should work better. There we go. And there we go. And no, Lucas not playing 2.6. Playing Hog, probably playing the Monk in this one. No one's playing 2.6 in competitive right now. It just ain't it. It just ain't it. And there you go. 'Tis the Monk, sir. And that monk was almost a traitor here. Look at that, how close that bomb was to going and busting up its own tower. And some guys on Twitch saying, debating whether Minor Prince actually counters that Minor deck. Someone saying yes, someone saying only if they don't know the matchup. Good control here from Coco. And the resurgence of Loon here. Yeah, it is Coco, not Lucas. I'm with the clan, with the wrong clan stuff. A lot of things were set up incorrectly. So now I'm trying to fix all of them. And so I will get focused in. I'll get dialed in. Don't you worry. But Loon coming back into the meta right now is very interesting. And Minor will not finish the Muskie and not get the Loon on tower. Either way, Lucas still doing all right at the moment. The body block not going to work here. He's going to take a hog shot. But maybe that was the idea, right? Take one hog shot and then make a big counter push. Getting past these bomb towers has been really hard so far for Lucas. Because you have the bomb tower and then the way that... And let's see if this snowball does it. The snowball does it. Wow. Wow. Lucas. Lucas. What a play. What an absolute mad lad, as they say. Let's go ahead and load up that beautiful little replay here. I think I have the right one. Let's go ahead and jump on into the replays. Yeah, check this out. So Lucas makes the choice here to not play Bomb Tower, instead DPS and take the shot so he can have a strong counter push with the Giant Skeleton in front. Right, so Miner goes to the outside here, and the Ice Spirit goes high, so Miner's free to do a bunch of damage. This Musketeer looks like a problem. The Snowball knocks it back just enough, and the Bomb Tower not quite there in time. And I want to go back and look one more time at the second Bomb Tower portion. So he has 4. He plays the Skellies, the Log, and yeah, the Bomb Tower... Coco played the Bomb Tower as fast as he possibly could. It just wasn't quite fast enough. Very nicely done. Nice little gameplay there by this kid Lucas. I think you should consider playing professionally because that was quite impressive. Snowball almost did it, says Kevin Bauer. Rough matchup for Coco for Beast Clash Royale. So set number 1 goes to PUIGINS. No big surprise here. Reaper Omega with maybe the most important point. A cost sweep from Mo's team that isn't even Mo is terrifying. Yeah, but it's also... it's a guy who arguably... He's already a top... Probably most people put him on a top 3 player list already. And there's 2 guys on this team who are arguably both could be world champions if Mo didn't exist. Right? And they still might be because, you know, you never know what happens this year. But, yeah, you're still talking about... It's like an all-star team. It's crazy. Set number 1 going for PUIGINS. So set number 2 lineup: Mugi, Lucas, Mo. Mugi, Lucas, Mohamed Light. So same lineup again. And then Hype Boys with Line, Blizzard, and Coco as their 1, 2, 3. So that will be a fun matchup. Brandon asking, is that an N64 in the back? Yes, sir, it is right there. My original N64 that I bought when I was a middle schooler with my own money. Ain't that right? So here we go. First matchup going to be Line versus Mugi. So we'll see that coming in just 1 second. The bomb of the previous Bomb Tower found the proper placement. Maybe, but the Elixir was also... Like, the Elixir, you saw it tick just to 4, and then you have the drop delay. So, like, it's kind of 50-50 on that. So here we go. Game number 1 from our second set. Let's get to it. So Mugi's first round, or first game today. We didn't see it, obviously, because of the error with the clan links, but did not go his way. Let's see if he can get back in the winner's circle here with his second outing. Golden Knight was the star of the game yesterday. And a good late monk ability. Doesn't stick the cannon cart back in enemy territory. So going to have to deal with that cannon cart once again. And a great magic archer from Line. Behind the cannon cart. He'll get a lot of damage here. And take these troops way down. So just that little miscalculation, just not quite. And maybe that wasn't a miscalculation, but that little tiny piece where the cannon cart didn't quite go down to the monk gave Line a massive, massive lead here. That's why this game is so fascinating. Most likely no building besides the drill for Line, so when Mugi starts getting Ram Riders down, we'll see what the game plan is to stop those connections. Let's see the plan here. The first one going to be EWIZ plus DPS, most likely. Might not even need more DPS for this first one. And easily handled. And that's a triple reflection from that monk. That's so much heavy-duty work from that monk. And that's what Mugi is going to hope for here, is getting those sort of opportunistic monk moments, and then getting Ram Rider past, maybe with the Ewiz out of cycle, maybe able to get something stacked with the Ewiz, or with the Ram Rider to get the Ewiz off the board. Right, so you see this Lumberjack, so probably Ram Rider in front of all this, and hopefully Lumberjack, from Mugi's perspective, is able to sneak through with the Monk in front here. And now, how does he's actually going to hold off, bar barrel to the Ewiz, and then just go with Reflection. And that actually might be the other half of this too, is that maybe Ram Riders don't happen, and you're just banking off of Monk Reflection and then playing good defense from this point out. So here we go. The question now is, what does Mugi do against the Ewiz? Drill not here to stop. Cannon Cart does not go down in time. Ewiz gets there, but the Ram Rider connects, and that's a ton. That's a ton behind it. Ewiz gets absorbed, and now Mugi just spamming that bridge. GG, well played! Mugi takes game number 1. Overall, really nice early play by Line, but Mugi able to go ahead and take it in the end. Let's take a look at some of the replay action here. And, oh, that's not the correct replay. I thought I hit my replay button. Let me see and see if I actually pulled the replay correctly. And, oh, I guess I only have the one replay. I thought I pulled 2. Here we go. I thought I had one from the earlier Magic Archer interaction. Guess I didn't. Here is the end of the game. So this Ram Rider from way in the back, 7 Elixir for Line, and just no way to stop the Ram Rider. The Ram Rider gets all the way through, and that Ewiz down so late. Look at the reflection from the Monk getting the Cannon Cart out of the way, and at that point, it's just spam, spam, spam. Line hurting for Elixir. GG, well played. Let's go on to game number 2 as Mugi takes on Blizzard. And again, you gotta think about, you gotta question the aggression on the side so far of Hype Boys. Maybe a little bit too hyped. And MK, Mini P.E.K.K.A, Minor Wall Breakers for Blizzard. So, first minute away, and some small chip on the left-hand side, but nothing serious. And Blizzard getting variance in early, recognizing almost assuredly not against NATO. I like that. You know, one thing about this deck out of Blizzard is, and maybe it's just the minions, and you see the minions going right into a Mother Witch, which is just unfortunate. Is this deck from Blizzard, it feels like it will sometimes lead you in an awkward cycle, especially in single Elixir when you get those slower moments. Right? You don't want to just cycle a Mega Knight, or you're at least hesitant to. The minions, if cycled, are 3 Elixir that often is a cycle thrown away. And the Fish Boy is a little bit too close to help the Royal Giant in that context. Still damage in anyway. Lead to Mugi. Tombstone controls. So here we go. Now we're going to see if the Blizzard can get something going. The minions, I just don't love the decision to put minions in this deck. Full Mega Knight bait there. Maybe a little bit over expenditure from Mugi this time, as that was easy for the Mega Knight to get in there and take care of business. And now Miner should go to the right-hand side in front of this Musketeer. Let's see if he does it. And there we go. Miner plus Mini P.E.K.K.A pulls the Skeleton King back. And a good Fisherman here. Did it targeted the Mini P.E.K.K.A. and not the Musketeer. That's good stuff for Blizzard. Feels like Blizzard has settled in a little bit. And Mega Knight doing tons of leaps and the King Tower activation. King Tower activation almost failed, but does in the end happen. Good news for Mugi. This is very close, though, and in triple elixir. The one X factor here for this one is that it feels like it's going to be very hard for Line to stop Royal Giant shots. He's going to give up at least 1 or 2 every time. So it gives up 1, 1251 to 1456. Can Line protect his... Or can Blizzard protect his Musketeer here? No, he can't. And here we go. This is a lot coming down the line. Mega Knight down, but that RG going to get tons of shots here. Tons of shots for the RG. RG, GG, well played. Mugi with the very astute win. The sharp win here. Knew he was going to have some trouble early on, but then, more importantly, knew that there was really nothing his opponent could do against the Royal Giant. And so he slowed it down. And this was smart here. Just getting this Musketeer pulled onto his side and evaporated. And now he knows he can just load up. Right, this is a great example from Mugi of just knowing when you have to take some damage. He did it a couple times this game. So next up will be Coco for that squad. Did both SK clans collide yet? Yes, they did, and PUIGINS came out on top, as you might expect. Let's go ahead and jump into our next game. Apparently, the deck originally had minions when first made. Very interesting. I don't like minions in pretty much any deck right now. They seem too expensive for what you get from them, given the state of the meta. Both the Phoenix and the Monk. I saw someone asking me about my favorite design of cards earlier on. And what I like about both the Phoenix and the Monk is the multi-layers of their designs. Right? The Phoenix has the 2 phases, you know, the rebirth, has a little bit of knockback, all those, the egg being able to take the little mini half-tank egg. All those different things make it more complex and more interesting. Same thing with the Monk, which has, we talked about this yesterday, has the knockback, has the reflect, and has the super tanking ability. Very cool. Underrated in that conversation, and maybe one of the best changes, talk about changes that were made in this game. Maybe one of the all-time best changes ever made in this game was giving the float ability, specifically to the Royal Ghost. Because the Royal Ghost has its invisibility, and also has that ability to pass the river anywhere. And good block with the Fisherman for Coco. So his RG will do some work here. Monk plus Fisherman plus DPS should, in the long run, be enough to hold off these Royal Giants. Beast saying the opposite. Monk gets almost no value in this matchup. Over on Twitter. Over on Twitch, I mean. The extra knockback, in my opinion, should be valuable, but not to mention the ability to reflect the Mother Witch. As you see, RG sets up to the right-hand side, immediate Monk to meet him at the bridge and knock him around a little bit. $21.34 on the bottom right-hand tower to $24.17 on the top left-hand side. Mugi going for the King of the Hill sweep. Can he get it? RG on the right-hand side doing a lot of work here. And the RG of Coco getting absolutely shredded. And now, once again, we saw Mugi do a really great job earlier of recognizing, smelling blood in the water and pushing hard when it was time. And here he goes again. Just putting everything on the board right now on the right-hand side. Monk getting super reflections. Fireball in to get rid of one. And now RG will do it. Easy King of the Hill sweep. Got to get one more, little bit of spell damage there on the right-hand side. Just got to get back to his fireball. Mugi gets it done. Sweet for Lucas, sweet for Mugi. PUIGINS stays undefeated. GG, well played. And there you have it. Let me go ahead and check out something because we should have our scoreboard up here fairly soon. Let me just go ahead and ask for it. Monk is good in that matchup, but has knockback, and of course, good against the RG with its high DPS and its reflection. Yeah, I agree on that one. Win for PUIGINS here. That was a pretty one-sided matchup, as many of the ones are against this squad. And I see, looking at the counter above, 98,926. We're 74 subscribers away from 100,000, from 99,000. And then after that, it's just off to the races for 100K. Guys, this is a very exciting week. This is a very exciting week, and I'm excited that you're here with me. Next up in our matchups will be SK Calalas up against Strangers. SK Calalas, the other of the two Calalas teams in this one. Sporting Ruben, Sub, Vitor, Adriel, and Pedro. Strangers with EGW, Cerdillo, Eric, Nini, and Adrian Piedra. And Strangers has been an interesting team, for sure. EGW's been very, very fun to watch. Very fun indeed. After that, we'll have SK Gaming versus Tribe Gaming, followed by Chivas versus Team Queso. I saw someone ask, is Surgical Goblin playing? Let me go, yeah, there's your question. Is Surgical Goblin playing? Yes, he's playing as part of Team Queso. Put up 5 wins yesterday, did Surgical Goblin. Not able to close out that 6th one. But did a darn good job overall. Let me go ahead and see. I thought they were going to give us the standings after each game. But so far, they have not done that for us. Hopefully we'll get those standings up pretty soon. Rich, what is your favorite pizza? I like barbecue chicken pizza a lot. Sometimes I'll go for just a nice little pep, though. Is Ian playing? No. I wish I could subscribe 2 times. I love the oh, Mohamed. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Surge was so cracked yesterday, says Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, Surge was on it yesterday. That was probably some of the best Surgical Goblin gameplay I've seen in a long time. Yesterday. Surgical Goblin, I think, has a really good shot at making World Finals this year. He was very close last time. Very close last time. Rich, what is your favorite cuisine? Baja Mexican, like Western Mexican food. But love Japanese food, love Indian food, love Middle Eastern food. So there you go. We should be getting our next game here pretty soon. The lineup for SK Calalas will be Adriel, Pedro, and Vitor. And then for the other squad, Eric, EGW, and Adrian PH. Let's go into our first game. Eric, with a question mark. Eric? Eric? And then Adriel. I might have to get my 100K plaque. Yeah, it'll be super cool. Very excited about it. What's your social security number? 555-55-5555. So we saw had some missing zappies last game. Here they are. What's my father's name? Slayton Sr. Which Indian food do you like the most? A good lamb korma. What's the big spell situation for Adriel? Because if he doesn't have a good one, we'll see how that flying machine becomes a problem. Because Hunter, not great for the flying machine. Right? Doesn't have that distance. And that's a nice flying machine from Eric, assuming that the... Yeah, and that's a nice snowball from Adriel. That's a cheeky snowball from Adriel to go ahead and put the snowball on that flying machine and put that flying machine directly into the giant skeleton bomb. Nicely played. I think that while this Strangers team has a lot of kind of smaller or unknown names, like people that really only a lot of like ladder players tend to know, there's a lot of potential here on this team. I think that as more experience happens, you'll see, like we saw Eric on day one, had a great run and then just made some strange mistakes. But as time goes on and he improves, I think Eric, EGW, all these guys, as they steady their game out and get over the nerves and competitive, I think you'll continue to see some good stuff from them. So far, Adriel doing a great job shutting down these pig pushes. Zappy's really creating some thickness in the middle. We'll see when Adriel decides to go pigs. And that fisherman didn't really do him any favors here. It feels like this is going to be decided either by one mistake or by a very slim margin. With 75 seconds left, no one's really figured out the rhythm of getting through. But let's see Adriel now trying to maybe just slow play this. We haven't seen him throw pigs once yet. And he maybe is trying to go for one big push. There's no way Adriel's playing a no-win condition version. I see someone saying maybe it's Mother Witch. And those zappies, very nice for Adriel just to protect. Same thing, opposite direction from Eric, and it's Graveyard. Interesting. I guess no flying machine. Yeah, no flying machine. Interesting. And one graveyard takes the lead right back. And the Mother Witch for Eric, and you're seeing why that was being held on for so long. Can Adriel stop all these Mother Witch pigs, though? And now pigs opposite direction. Adriel forced to spend a ton. And he must have just been sitting there so frustrated. Must have been so frustrated knowing, oh my gosh, I really can't play my win condition until the very end and hope that I can steal it. I see a lot of people now in the chat going, it's graveyard, not pigs. Yeah, I get it. Brutal situation there. Brutal situation there for Adriel. Super, just absolute shutdown. Nothing really he could do there at all, except for what he did, which was wait till the very end and try to get a connection. Snowball was smart. Did the best he could with it. But wasn't quite there. And yeah, let's see. Do I have iPhone or Android? I'm all iOS. I don't mess with Android stuff. And why do I always wear shades? Because they're dope. Because the shades are awesome. Let's see. Eric will be waiting for second player Pedro on his side, on their side. Looks like Clash is back on the menu, boys. That's a fun one. And someone's saying they have a little bit of delay here. Here we go. Game number 2. Eric versus Pedro. Let's get to it. For those of you who do want information on how to participate in Clash Royale esports event, esports.clashroyale.com. Go for it. And just not quite. Oh, and that's going to be should be a little King Tower activation, I think. No. What about that positioning made that? Isn't there a positioning where that miner gets turned to the King Tower to activate? Snowball helped, but that was probably more damage than Pedro expected in this one. Interesting choice to run it back here from the Calalas team. And Mind of Roddyson has to be Fisher in the back of the Crown Tower, Miner opposite Princess Tower for King activation. Got it. I need to find a new place for my iPad. I'm deciding that where it is right now is actually very annoying. This might be better. Let's see. Breaking through is going to be very difficult for Pedro. And whoever's doing the analysis right now for Strangers is kind of on it. And that Fish Boy finally pulls, but much later than Pedro would have hoped for. Bomb Tower getting a ton of value. And Eric's totally happy. This is a game that Eric's happy to play. Just this exact game. Sit back, Bomb Tower, protect the Bomb Tower. not rely on plays that give a lot of arrows value. And as SB was saying yesterday, that defensive miner, same HP as a knight, and you'd play a knight in the back. Little halfway scary push here for Eric to deal with, but he handles it fine. Zappies get turned around a bit, but no way to break through for the wall breakers. Doesn't matter. Damage anyway, going to be enough. 1470 to 2151. Triple elixir coming. This is where Pedro gets dangerous. I am wondering if maybe Pedro pulls a lane switch here in triple elixir. And with this very healthy Skeleton King, we might see it happen. Miner comes out. And now back to the right-hand side. Bomb tower being tanked by the giant, by both giant skeletons. And Pedro would have loved a breakthrough there. Eric a little low on elixir. Trying to throw everything on defense. It looks like he will escape mostly unscathed. One more graveyard, not going to be in the books for Pedro. And very nicely done. Eric, calm, very calm, plays shutdown defense and avoids the late onslaught by his opponent. Let's go take a look at the final little bit. So you see Pedro just, and this is maybe a little bit late for the replay, but trying to find one good graveyard, and the arrows come in here, but Eric's just perfectly sequenced, right? Ready with the log, gets the poison down offensively, didn't need it defensively. And just a little extra miner shot. This did come down pretty close. I think that the poison would have been sufficient. Let's look at that one more time. And we'll pause it right here. 1297. Poison is still ticking. And already, there you go. That's a GG well played. A miner unnecessary, but the icing on the cake ain't bad. And, man, strangers. Eric playing well. SK Calalas needs to come back in this one here. Let's see if Vitor can make that one happen. An interesting play from Vitor with the cycle in the back. You don't see that often with the wall breakers. So Vitor, Miner, Wall Breakers, MK Prince. I do wish that there was some sort of deck restriction built into these King of the Hills. But it is what it is, and we're seeing a lot of Miner control, Miner wall breakers. Well kited there against the Bandit, and that forces Vitor to Miner out. It seems, and I'm curious to watch the evolution of Eric over this tournament. Right? Does he continue to improve? Same thing for the rest of this team. Pressure on the right-hand side. Goblins protect the bomb tower. Doesn't matter. Wall breakers connect either way. Lead still for Eric. Two nice Mighty Miner counters in this deck for Vitor with the Inferno Dragon and the Ewiz. Plus the arrows for the archers. And decides to ignore the wall breakers here and just really double down this push on the right-hand side. Arrows on the archers. Will this prince get there? Vitor really went for it there, and part of me wonders if that was the proper time to start going for it. Wall breakers to the right, Miner to the back. And that's sufficient to change our lead once more in favor of Vitor, 1403 to 1546. Does Eric get back to a Mighty Miner here in time to control this Mega Knight? Doesn't need one. No, he does. There we go. But Miner going completely all out. Wallbreaker connection. These two guys, it feels like defense is secondary in this matchup. You've seen that a few times today. Now Vitor with good damage in both lanes. Kind of a funky spot here for Eric. I think he's in good shape overall. Has to make choices, though. 596 bottom right-hand tower, 1122 bottom left-hand tower. Eric with the lead. And that Bandit was way ahead of that Miner, but the Miner poison might make it not matter. Miner to the right-hand side, wall breakers to kite the Mega Knight. Wall breakers in for Vitor. Bomb tower does get down in control, but Mega Knight is released. Just wall breakers to try to pick that up. Not going to happen. Vitor ends the run of Eric. There will be no sweep to start things off today for Strangers. Let's take a look at the final moments. And this was the big key here, that Vitor had real dual lane pressure. And it put Eric into some funky spots. And you saw Eric throw this Miner. Let's go back there a second. This Bandit is out so early. And we'll see this in just 1 second. This Bandit is out so early, so far ahead of the Miner from Eric. So the Prince to the back. And then Eric throws the Miner. Bandit's there too. Vitor knew what was coming. And then now that Mega Knight just full health. You have to wall breakers kite. That's already a problem. And right now, with 3 elixir, let's just back up a half step here. And look at what's happening on the board. Right now you have wall breakers in the middle. You have Miner, maybe I think the Goblins. You have the Goblins here on defense. You only have 2 elixir. But look at the 9 that's on the board. Sorry, actually, you add in the Miner. The 12 on the board for your opponent, and you only have 2 in the hole. This was a problem all the way through. Let's go ahead and jump into our next game. Vitor versus EGW. Hog versus most likely Miner control. So, the Musketeer version of this Hog Mortar EQ deck. Oh, and the EQ doesn't get the bomb tower that time. Just like a half tile off. Is EGW running Fireball here? If so, it's going to make it more annoying for Vitor to cycle his Muskies in the back. I'll have to play them a little more carefully. EGW's deck building was all over the place today. Very, very interesting stuff. And he is playing Fireball, so let's see if Vitor continues to play Muskies high, because as we saw yesterday, and I haven't been playing Drill Fireball, I hadn't even thought about the interaction, but oh, interesting attempt at the prediction there from Vitor, trying to predict Goblins. It's the Mighty Miner instead. Vitor really trying to go for it there. Doesn't pay off. But as I was saying before, you can drill if Vitor cycles his Musketeer behind King Tower. EGW can drill and then Fireball and take off the Musketeer that way, plus have the drill on tower. Oh, this is a big opportunity for Vitor. Huge opportunity for Vitor right now. Does he hog the other lane now? I don't think he hog. Yeah, there we go. Hog the other lane. Great opportunity. The log just a little early, but he does get one. EGW, you saw he probably he thought about what he wanted to play there to pick up that Morten, because he knew that Vitor had already predicted with the log, so he didn't feel comfortable playing his Goblins. Plays his Bomb Tower, puts his Bomb Tower out of sequence, and gives Vitor an opportunity for a hog hit. So as we go into the final minute, slight elixir lead for Vitor, about 2. Getting to the Muskie is a real problem for Vitor in this matchup. He has no big spell that can get into the backfield with any sort of meaningful way. So you're seeing what he has to do to handle these Musketeers. And this is just, yeah, this is just all bad for Vitor. Rough spot to be in. He has to pull out a trick. That's the thing. He has to find a trick. There's no like direct way. There's no good way to try to win this. You got to find a tricky way. That hog trying to sneak through. Bomb Tower. 19 seconds, and he doesn't have the Mighty Miner down for some good 3-card cycle with the Earthquake and the Log. Drill to defend. Earthquake number 1. No way to get around to another Earthquake. Fireball should be more than enough. And there you have it. EGW and Strangers taking set number 1. Really mature play. Really mature play from Strangers today. I think that's the biggest takeaway here. Very, very mature, very patient. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. People talking about EGW. EGW cracked. Yeah, EGW playing pretty good. Yep. EGW having a great game today. EGW underrated. I'm with you on that one. EGW is the dark horse. Maybe Strangers is the dark horse team here. They're playing pretty well. They're playing pretty well overall. Let's see. Just trying to look at the chat here, catch up on what I might have missed. Are you a fan of pineapple in your pizza? I don't have a strong opinion about it. It works sometimes in barbecue chicken pizza. I know that. Develop in the building. Good to see you. EGW is the best MK bait player. He plays it well. Where's the other commentator who was with me in the grand final last year? Which grand final? Which commentator? There's like a ton of... There's a lot of grand finals for a lot of different events. So, don't know what you mean. Let's see. Will PUIGINS play today? No, they'll play again. Today is day 3. It's the end of the weekend. Here is our matches for the day. We already had PUIGINS beat Hype Boys. We're on match number 2, SK Calalas versus Strangers. Then SK Gaming versus Tribe. Then Chivas versus Team Queso. And then we're back again next Thursday for more of the Queso Cup. But we will be here tomorrow with the kickoff of GKR. So that's what we'll be seeing here tomorrow. Lineup for our next set. Eric, Adrian, Pedro, and EGW for Strangers. Ruben, Pedro, Adriel for SK Calalas. You mean Andrew. This is just a thing on my channel. This is not an official CRL event, so Andrew is not here today. SB will be back next weekend, though. And a little bit later today, I will have another special guest come on to join me as a co-caster. How are you so cute? You must respond because I still can't understand it. Practice. Practice. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 1 of our second set. Eric got 2 games in our last set. People talking about Mega Draft mode. Don't worry, more Mega Draft mode coming your way very soon. And we almost saw like an old school bandit chain. Didn't quite happen. And that's a nice force out. Ruben forced to drill defensively there to prevent the damage. And so Eric ends up with a significant damage lead. Plus 1 elixir ahead about. He was saying 3v3? 3v3. Funny. Asking what's the meaning of meta in CR. Everyone keeps referring to that statement. The meta game is what are the commonly used decks and tactics within a certain game. People often erroneously say it means most effective tactic available. That's actually not true. That's just a retcon of the turn meta. But the meta just refers to what gameplay mechanics and strategies based on how players interact with the game have are core to current gameplay. And Eric just really putting it to Ruben here. And the Marcher, like this drill deck, is meant to be really good against the Archer's meta overall. Nice wall breakers connection opposite lane here for Eric. Now the dual lane pressure. Let's see if Eric can force this into a single lane conversation. And the Magic Archer, very nice for Ruben. Good lineup, and Ruben's right back in it now. And this is what Ruben wants. Ruben wants to make this into a one-lane game. Eric getting that opposite lane damage was not at all what Ruben wants to be dealing with. And so here you go. You see immediately the Bandit does connect. It gets through. Just going from bad to worse for Ruben right now. E-Wiz not available here. Magic Archer does not connect to the Princess Tower. Absolute disaster. And that might be the nail in the coffin. Ruben spamming right now. He does have a lot on the board. Can the Golden Knight... Oh, you saw the NATO trying to make that Golden Knight turn around. Didn't happen. Dark Prince a little bit low here. The super E-Wiz drop. And that's going to be a problem. There you go. Arrows will finish it off. GG, well played. Ruben, valiant effort. Eric shuts it down. The Bandit was absolutely clutch for Eric the whole way through. But again, you know, I think the big thing here is the maturity that we're seeing from this team today. So here we go. This was the big pressure moment. This is when Ruben was going, okay, maybe I can get enough done here. The Magic Archer, and it was the minor high from Eric to prevent that NATO lineup from doing anything was really nice. We could have seen the Golden Knight Magic Archer NATO combination steal the game there from Ruben, but Eric, nice high play. Ruben tries to predict to the inside with the pickup. That pickup could have been enough to change the game potentially, because there was a big push there. But it's that minor right there. Because when the NATO, look at that NATO. The NATO actually, fascinatingly enough, the NATO of Eric pulls the Mega Knight out of range of the Magic Archer and makes the Magic Archer turn back over towards this miner. So boom, right there. Magic Archer's looking at the Mega Knight. You see one shot go through. But as that NATO happens and the miner comes up close, you see the Magic Archer turn direction. And there we go. Let's go jump into our next game. Oh, glitched out somehow. There we go. I'm not picking a favorite co-commentator. There's too many good ones. They're all so fun. And just as a quick note, if I haven't responded to something that you've posted 20 times, maybe post something different in the chat. Mind of Roddy, who's your least favorite commentator? That's a good question. A lot of boxing commentators are pretty terrible, in my opinion. Mauro Ranallo, former MMA commentator, now pro wrestling commentator and boxing commentator. He's phenomenal. I really love Mauro a lot. I've met him. He's a good guy. But some of the just old boxing heads they get to chime in on commentary, they're just practically brain dead. What's your thoughts on the witch that spawns pigs, says Itzip. Mother Witch is pretty polarizing. It's another card that really benefits in super specific matchups. But, yeah, she's all right. So here we go into sudden death and double. Pedro with a pretty nice lead early on. We've seen sort of what his game plan is going to be to try to control everything. The lack of lots of splash damage, not a big issue because mostly the Dark Prince, but you see here, Fireball and, or not Dark Prince, the Skeleton King. But with Fireball and Skeleton King both out of cycle, you see the opportunity for Eric to go the opposite lane. This is a nice ability from Pedro. He's going to get some good damage here because there's nothing to stop this. There's just nothing to stop this at all. Wow. Pedro didn't play a lot of RGs, but the one he did, game ender. KO blow. Let me go ahead and cue us up a second look at how that one ended. And like I said, didn't play a ton of RG, but when he did, it mattered tremendously. So this was the Pigs opposite lane. Skeleton King and Fireball both out of cycle. And Pedro trying to defend this push with just the Giant Skeleton and the RG. The Fish Boy comes down. Not Pedro, Eric. Fish Boy comes down, and, well, bye-bye to your DPS. This was just so fast. Next up will be Adrian Piedra for Strange. Let's go back and take a look at this replay one more time. So if we stop right here, right, you see those pigs on the tower. You see 3 elixir for both. But those pigs on the tower, they're going to go away, right? They're going to do some damage. They're not going to do much. So now what you're going to have is you're going to have a situation where you have a Zappy and your Skeleton King both on the board, and Skeleton King pretty healthy, and they're even elixir. So already, let's call this a 2 to 3 elixir advantage in the right-hand lane with those pigs on the opposite side. So, and then we'll pause right here. So you see ability just used. Now Pedro still has a Zappy and the Skeleton King on the board. This damage up there on the left is not, he doesn't have to worry about that damage, right? So he has the ability activated, and the Giant Skeleton comes down, and that's just going to be completely ruined. The Fisherman behind, the RG behind, all a big problem. GG, well played. Let's go ahead and jump into our next one. Pedro versus Adrian Piedra. Adrian playing a little bit slow right now. Just taking his time. Happy to let this cycle go ahead. It's going to be either Hogs or either Hog Rider or, well, it's going to be a Miner for Pedro. And again, the Musketeer reigns supreme. Despite there's been no Archer's nerf, Musketeer still reigns supreme as the meta has shifted to adapt to the Archers. Balance changes wish list. Vault, the Barb Hut, the Golem, and the battle healer. That's my wish list. Am I a cycle, beatdown, or control player? Mostly best at cycle. Okay at control if I'm mentally focused. And I cannot play beatdown to save my life. I am awful at beatdown. I don't know what it is about it. It seems like it should be the easiest thing in the universe to do, but for some reason I am terrible at it. I think it's because I don't have the patience for beatdown, maybe. And that's a ton of mortar damage for Pedro. I think this one might be waved off early. This one might be waved off early. Maybe I'll try this deck with the... I've been running this deck a lot this season. Maybe I'll try it now with the Musketeer version. And nice little job to make the Giant Skeleton run around. Pedro playing this pretty much, I mean, actually completely perfectly. Poisons for the graveyard. Not much for Adrian to do in this matchup. The high zappies were smart here. All that Adrian really could do in this situation, but remember, it is Graveyard. As long as Adrian has not lost this tower, he's in this one. Because Graveyard can do Graveyard things. But Pedro's just managing this game so nicely. And the extra poison value. GG, well played. That's it. Horrific matchup, played brilliantly by Pedro. And now it's SK Calalas with match or a set point. A chance to send us to our third set. Hey, look at that. We're 13 subs away from 99,000. What in the world? Hey. Hey, so I see some of you watching here. I see that there's about 1,300 of you watching. I don't know how many of you are subbed and how many of you are not, but it takes 12 of you now to hit us to 99,000. And guess what? We do competitive Clash Royale stuff here all the time. This is day 3 of 7 days of the Queso Cup. Just now, this league phase. Plus, at the end of April, we have our playoffs. But this is also day 3 of my 10 days of Clash in a row. Tomorrow, I'm back with GKR for 2 days, tomorrow and Monday. Take a day off from my channel to go cast for Royale Masters, which you can play in. Information available at esports.clashroyale.com. All of you who keep on going, when can I play? How do I participate? Well, there's the link right now. Go ahead and check out more about that tournament. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday next weekend is the conclusion of the league phase of this Queso Cup first split. And be having lots of fun special guests back, including SB will be back next weekend for at least one day, maybe more. It's a hard time for him because he lives in Australia, so it's like middle of the night for him when we do this. But either way, hey, 99,000! Hey, 99,000! Let's go! We're on we're on, dude. This is the home stretch. You can just run it to 100K. We can just run it. What if we hit 100K today? What if we do it? It's totally possible. It's hard, but it's totally possible. Because I know that some of you are, people are coming in, coming out. I think we're definitely gonna hit it this week for sure. If we hit it today, it would be crazy. If we hit it today, that would be crazy. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 4. Can Pedro sew this one up and send us to the final set? And nice pressure play from EGW. Going to be behind by a little bit of elixir, though. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Mortar connection. And that's it. That's got to be it, right? I don't know. Is there coming back from this? Miner should protect the mortar here. Doesn't need it. He'll just go ahead and... Oh, he's playing Hog. Okay, there you go. Delivery, absolutely clutch adjustment from Pedro. EGW getting wild here with this Minor Wall Breakers MK. Can the Zap Firecracker situation and the King Tower activation... I really don't like Firecracker connected to Minor Wall Breakers. I really don't like it. I don't like an automatic King Tower activation in a deck that really is harmed by King Tower activations, right? So like Hog EQ Firecracker was really good when EQ was super strong, and really EQ was the win condition. You've seen the move away from Firecracker in part because EQ is so much worse now that you need more Hog hits compared to previous versions. In this deck, the ability for that King Tower activation to impact where and how you can place your miners and how much value you get from them, mixed with also some impact on the wall breakers. I just don't love Firecracker here. Could I end up being proven wrong by EGW? Absolutely. And maybe he's not worried about the miner and wall break. Maybe wall breakers are primarily for pressure. And he plans on getting miner plus firecracker chip. Not to mention the Mega Knight. Not to mention the Mega Knight. Not to mention the Mega Knight. Mega Knight's wild. On the other side of this, though, it is really hard for Pedro to deal with Firecracker in this specific matchup. Because he has no spell that gets into the opposing territory, Firecracker can be really annoying for Pedro to deal with. I still think Pedro's going to win this, but Firecracker is going to present some problems. And there you go, right? The Firecracker behind the Mega Knight getting that chip. But Pedro's already so far ahead, and he's going to get a hog shot here. And delivery is underrated clutch in this matchup. That's a lot on the board. And delivery is out of cycle. Wall breakers connect. And that Prince is being tanked for, and that's going to be a free Musketeer kill. Wow. And that miner, Pedro has to eat it. These defenses are hard here against so much. How does he control the MK? There we go. Musketeer has to go high. Means miner plus bats just run roughshod on the left-hand side. Ignore the wall breaker's pressure is the right move for Pedro. The miner plus the bats plus the Prince and just barely holds on. But it's going to be the Firecracker kill. And you know what? Color me wrong, dude. I did not like the Firecracker overall in this deck, but once it was clear that there was no way to get to the Firecracker, whoo boy, we're going to game number 5. Whoo boy. We're going to game number 5. EGW is a mid-ladder menace and a pro at the same time. Yeah, I feel you on that one. You know what? I'll stop talking about what EGW's choices are. It's just craziness. It's just craziness. My brain is broken right now. EGW, dude. Okay, there is some matchup value there once there was no way to kill stuff in the backfield. Right? There was no way to kill, especially that Firecracker. But, man. What a game. And I'm seeing everybody here in the chat is just... I think if there's one person who's been a breakout star of this tournament so far, it's been EGW. His decks are fun. His gameplay is super cool. I have become a fan over the course of this tournament already. We're only day 3 in, right? And I have to, I'll take my L for the Firecracker comment. I still stand by not liking Firecracker when a deck really relies on on win conditions that don't like King Tower activations. But it's his ladder deck, as Beast Clash Royale is pointing out on Twitch, and the MK Prince portion of it later was actually the real key part of it. So here we go. EGW with a chance to shut down SK Calalas and hand them their second loss in a row right here. EGW, EGW. Maybe going Electro Giant here for EGW. So definitely, he pumps up. What's Adriel's big spell situation? He goes minor poison push to work on that pump and also get the damage. Does not get the bomber, as the bomber was reactive. And EGW, nice little elixir lead here. I think the minor plus pump might have been a little extra out of Adriel. I think the minor plus poison, a little extra from Adriel because, and we're not going to see an ability here, I don't believe. A little extra from Adriel, and there we go. EGW drops the E-Giant. And the E-Giant getting tanked for just long enough, I believe. Will it get in range? Yes. Wow, and it's tanking for the bird back. EGW is trying to push here. He's trying to push here and get on tower as much as he can and take advantage of the elixir advantage that Adriel gave to him. Oh, boy. An advantage he takes. Wow. Adriel, again, the playing minor and poison there. Maybe he was expecting more from EGW in response, but you're playing 7. If he had just minored, whoa, E-Giant Sparky. All right, EGW, we see you. We see you, dude. Does the E-Giant get close enough before it gets burned down? And it does not. A good miner. Sparky opposite lane here. He needs to hold on, and he does stop the Dark Prince. This should, no, this is going to split lanes here. The Golden Knight goes right. 17-67 to 16-10. Adriel with the lead. Playing, interestingly enough, playing this deck with Dark Prince rather than with Dark Prince triple spell and opting for no champion here. No 3-card cycle with the minor poison prince. Or with the minor poison cycle. Ooh, that Dark Prince gets a huge shot. 2 huge shots. Oh my word. EGW now in a whole lot of trouble. The math on this one just changed dramatically. I don't think he comes back from this now. Unless this overwhelm can do something. Fisherman, Golden Knight on the tower. Dark Prince played late to prevent any more damage. Not going to Golden Knight ability. And will the bomber keep the Sparky alive? Dark Prince high to prevent anything more, and the shield picks it up. NATO needed to, no NATO available. Dark Prince gets stopped, minor gets picked up. And that's going to be GG. Well, we're going to game 3, folks. EGW with a valiant effort and a weird choice to go with the Sparky in there. And we are going to the 3rd set. At least he had fun, says Praise. Yeah, I feel you on that one. And Adriel with a really nice deck pick. That was a thing that we saw happen. You know, there were cards on the board. The Sparky pick. I mean, does EGW run that? Like, is that not his first time? Let me go take a look at EGW's history here and see if he actually runs that. Let's go look at his decks. I'm going to see if I can find history of him running E-Giant Sparky, because that's some foolishness. He's played 5 games of Goblin Giant Sparky lately. Yes, so he's played 5 games with that E-Giant Sparky deck to a 40% win rate. So I'm not digging it. I'm not digging it. But there you go. I'm still about to watch EGW That's for sure. I see someone say I was about to become a big YouTuber. Look, let me go back here. Here is EGW's Twitter. I don't know if he makes YouTube videos, but I know he streams on Twitch. But here you go. If you want to follow EGW, go ahead and check him out. If you want to see some whacked out decks, we'll see it. You can go check it out. Dude's wild. All right, here we go. Set number 3, we move to in-game duels to decide Vitor versus Eric. So here we go. Vitor versus Eric for our final one, in-game duels. I love my Sparky, but it's no bueno anymore. Yeah, I feel you on that. I feel you there, dude. And here we go. About to start. Next up, by the way, will be SK Gaming versus Tribe. So after this best of 3 set, we'll go to our third match of the day. Can Morten and SK Gaming right the ship here? Or will they start this tournament 0-3 and put themselves in a big hole? Tribe Gaming would love to put SK Gaming's back all the way against the wall. Is Expo dead and competitive? It sure seems like it. What's the background music? This is all from Epidemic Sounds. It's a service that you can subscribe to, where you can get music for all your stuff. It's what I use for all my videos and my streaming. So I have good music. Here we go. Let's go into it. Duel mode, no repeating decks. Is which viable and competitive? Usually not, occasionally so. Drill for Vitor. We'll see if Eric is doing the same or going E-Giant. The 2 most likely calls with Barrel, and looks like it's going to be Drill. Magic Archer played 1 tile off and does not support against that cannon cart. Not a big deal, though. This last set is 1v1 in-game duels. You guys can see the battle counter on the top left. And trying to keep this cannon cart on and force out some more responses from Vitor. Interesting mirror matchup here. This is going to be a real question of who knows the mirror matchup better and who's better at controlling their cycle. The elixir advantage for Eric plus the damage advantage could be critical. And Vitor going all the way to the back with this one. You don't often see drill to the back, partially because of where the goblins spawn, partially because of King Tower possibilities, but that Barrel gives the King Tower activation. That could be a critical factor as time goes on. Eric with the drill to the back. So one reason is you can activate King Tower versus Goblin Drill. Obviously with Tornado, but less obviously, I actually have a short on my YouTube channel about how to do it. You can do it with Skeletons. Skeleton's not very popular in the meta right now, but I'm sure that they will return. But you can activate King against a drill to the back with Skeletons. Also partially where the goblins pop out, makes it have to walk back around to the tower. There are reasons to do it. If you're trying to stretch your opponent thinner. But as we've seen, Did not do that well for Eric here. Vitor now with the lead and dual lane pressure. And what a Golden Knight dash. I think we can probably write game number 1 down for Vitor. Elbean Dot asking, why is this deck so popular in competition? It doesn't compete with a lot of other good decks for making a 4-deck dual set. It's also really good. Golden Knight's really good against the Archers meta. The Archers Goblins meta. Eric's left-hand tower down to 1358, right-hand to 2204. So behind on the left-hand side, ahead on the right-hand side. But that gap, the left-hand side, is potentially a pretty big problem. Triple Elixir. If Vitor makes no mistakes, he's got this locked down. And the Golden Knight dash gets pulled the opposite direction. Stroke of genius from Vitor. Is that the nail in the coffin right there? And this is great for Vitor. Now just force expenditure on that side. A little extra damage. Widen the gap. Eric needs a massive Dark Prince NATO connection here. Or Golden Knight NATO connection. Golden Knight connects. Magic Archer connects. Oh, but doesn't get the extra shot in. GG, well played. Vitor takes game number 1. Almost got it. Eric almost made magic happen. Couldn't do it. That King Tower activation certainly was important, but it was the opportunistic damage of Vitor on the left that was way more important. And we are streaming on both YouTube and Twitch right now. Those of you joining us on YouTube, mostly from inside the game, appreciate having you here. And those of you on Twitch, welcome as well. And nice timing. Oh, boy. Poison out of cycle. Mother Witch can just sit behind there for a minute. Great reflection from the Monk, and Vitor might be about to blow this one wide open. Good game he calls. Vitor calls good game. Whoa. I don't usually see Vitor, wow. I don't usually see Vitor stunting like that. Vitor coming out with a little bit of heat here. The poison, the overcommitment. This is the thing that we've seen, right? We saw this from Hype Boys. We've seen it from Strangers too. Eric just overcommitted. Eric overcommitted there. The poison, you know, you're like, hey, cool. I have plenty of elixir. Let me get that Fisherman off the board, get some damage. And then Vitor was like, oh, so now free Mother Witch behind my RG? That was brutal. Vitor sending a message. Now, you better hope that he still wins this one. I'm sure he will in the situation he's in, but after that BM, you better not lose it. And I think Eric was gonna give it up until the BM came in. And then he was like, okay, no, I'm not going to stop. Wow. I want to find out. I'm going to see if I can find out the heat here. I'm gonna see if I can find out what the story is. Because I don't feel like I don't usually see Vitor BM. I don't usually see him taunt. The bomb tower against the monk, and Vitor again just going like, hey, what's up? Easy dubs. Vitor just shut it down. Let's go ahead and take a look at the moment that changed everything. So here's the poison. And look at this. The poison plays, and look at where we're at now. So Eric now finds himself down 2 elixir in the hole with a healthy monk on the board. Let's just go back. Before the poison, you have your... let's go just a little bit further, right before the poison comes out. Right, so you go to 10. You have 3 more elixir in the hole than your opponent. And your opponent, though, has a bunch of stuff on the board. And then you poison. You're so far behind on elixir. You're so far behind on elixir. And so look at that. Now, you have a healthy monk, so almost 5. Let's call that 4 elixir, plus another 4 for the... You have 8 on the board, 6 in the hole, up against 8 total. And then, how do you play against a monk? You bomb tower. Easy reflection. And that right there, that's it. That's totally it. So there you go. Let me go ahead and ask for the standings. See if we can get those shown up here on the board. I mean, that was just punishment at its best, says Levi. I'll put the chat back on. There you go. Punishment. Absolute punishment here. I'm just going to let this one play for a minute. And this monk reflection. Bye-bye to your archers. Bye-bye to your bomb tower. Miner gets absorbed. Gets erased. And I do want to find out what the heck is going on with that bad blood there. Just fun. I don't... What is he... Where did he show the... Wow, I just didn't... All right, hold on. All right, well, I guess we're not going to see the standings. That's okay. Let's go ahead and get ready for our next game here. SK Calalas out. Next match, SK Gaming versus Tribe. Here we go. Let's take a look at our situation. SK Gaming versus Tribe Gaming. And let me go ahead and see. We should have a guest coming here pretty soon. I'm going to keep my eye out for that one. As soon as I have the guest, I'll let you guys know. And we should be getting to our game. Lineup for SK Gaming's first lineup at King of the Hill will be Morten, Sam, and Faust, xAlee, Sandbox, Wallace. Let's see. And we will have our first game, Morten versus xAlee, for our first game. Okay. Trying to communicate with some of the people operating the show on the back end. It's a little hard because we're not on comms together. We're just doing it through some of the through chat. And our special guest should be here fairly soon. So as soon as they're done with wrapping up, I'll get our special guest in here. But here we go. Game number 1, Morten versus xAlee. And hopefully I'll find out. I'm trying to figure out what the story is. No word yet. on what the story is between Vitor and Eric. When I have more information, I'll let you guys know. So I see someone in the chat saying Morten is old news. He just got second place at CRL World Finals. What does a guy have to do? He's been playing professionally since 2018. Almost made it to World Finals in 2018. Carried his team to the European Championship match. Then 2019, the best game in history at World Finals. 2020, World Finals, second place at Worlds. Has made every single CRL World Finals. And on top of all that, last year got second at Worlds. And then on this most recent qualifier, got third. What does a guy have to do? It's absolutely insane. You could win World Finals yesterday, and if today you lose a BO3, the community calls you washed. It is bananas. It is absolutely bananas how quickly people will just write you off. It is wild. It is absolutely crazy. Do I agree when players be on a stage like this? Sometimes, yeah. If there's a reason for it, I like it when there's a little bit more salt in this game. So here we go. Almost into sudden death overtime. Morten in the lead in both lanes. Miner and Poison both to deal with the back. We might see a Poison behind this RG on the left. There you go. And needs a NATO to pull all of that back. Nice Ice Spirit to hold. And a great prediction Skeletons for xAlee. That'll earn him one shot. Great prediction Skeletons for xAlee. Solid, solid play. And again, Poison behind. And this time, a little bit different timing and sequencing. This RG won't get anything. That was a great play by xAlee. Yugi Art asking, did Vitor win? Yes, he did. He did so emphatically, dominantly, and maybe a little saltily as well. But it was fun. Morten's being forced to spend all of these poisons on the RG support, which makes it a lot harder for him to get damage on that right-hand tower. This is nice, though. Oh, if he played the Miner to the inside, could have gotten an extra. Now, this is interesting. Firecracker and Fishboy over to the right, which means no problems. NATO pulls everything back. The RG does hit. And did the bomb tower get there in time? RG should get one. Ice Spirit almost stops it. Another RG down. I think this is going to be game for xAlee. NATO pulls back. Is bomb tower there? Lightning should be there for xAlee, though. And there's no lightning block. GG, well played. xAlee taking game number one. And let's go take a look at... There was so much good gameplay out of xAlee there, but let's go take a look at the play that really kind of set him off there, and that was probably one that gave him a ton of confidence, and that's this beautiful prediction on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, I mean. So check this out. We're going to see Morten really set up here for this defense. Takes all the reflection from the Monk. And the RG is going to come down here, poison right behind it to... Ooh, is my app frozen? Hold on, let me restart my Clash Royale app. So then the NATO, and then the only thing that is there going to be there is the skeletons. And xAlee just perfectly predicts that. And suddenly, I cannot log in to Clash Royale. What in the world's happening? Oh, whoa, whoa, there we go. Now I'm in. That was wild. All right, here we go. xAlee versus Sam. We're back. And this is going to be switched to OP Sam here in a moment. And that's why some people do recommend against cycling Ghosts first like that. And I am not in charge of the overlay, folks, so when it does change, it'll change. I wonder if I can... I wonder if... No, I can't... Let me see. I'm going to ping production here. Let me try something to see if I can somehow... What is that? I'll try to solve this during the break, folks. We're going to go ahead and just let this one play out. So drill xAlee and the thickness there from Sam. I wonder what he was going for from xAlee's side as far as trying to predict deck picks. Because if we go and take a look at xAlee's deck pool overall, we see some E-Giant. This deck, obviously. Some RG, some Pigs. And there we go. The update does give us Sam now. And xAlee gets some decent control, but finally the Golden Knight does connect. Very close. Not much separating these two on that left-hand lane, both in the 1600 HP range. And I don't think we see a dash here because of the, yeah, there it goes. High bomb tower to control. If Sam can get control of the elixir situation, we might see him drop an executioner in the back here sometime soon. Working on some setup for our special guest here, folks. Give me a second. 10:38 to 11:93, 46 seconds left. And this is when the minor poisons can open this one way up. And that High Executioner might be the key here. Able to pull all that stuff together. $8-14. Miner to the back, no pickup. Hope Sam's going to have really one more shot. Can he get in there? No, he can't. Ali 2-0 to kick things off.
What's up, Rich?
Hey, we have our special guest. Let me go ahead and see if they are, if I can get everything all sorted here. Give me 1 second, folks, as I try to get our special guest fully loaded. But
Tell me if it's working.
I can hear you. Let's see if I can see you. Let me go ahead and put you in, and boom! Everybody, welcome. Coming off of a very, very successful day today. We have Coach World Champion for CRL 2022, Jevas. Jevas, thanks so much for joining, man, and congratulations on a very, very nice performance today. I think the first question that I want to ask you about, because I know it's what everyone was talking about. Talk to me about the dual mode matchup between Vitor and Eric there at the end. Vitor absolutely ran roughshod through him, and then there was a little bit of spice there at the end of that one.
I think it's a semi-pro beef they have, and the matchups first of all, I think he won some games in King of Dale, but it was my mistake because we know him pretty well. And in the duel, we just got our thing straight and we got the matchups we wanted.
Well,
and the beef, that's why EVMs.
Yeah, the beef, that's from old semi-pro stuff, really?
We still play semi-pro as a practice, so it's still a thing going.
Sure, yeah, and I'll be seeing you guys in GKR, I believe, very soon. So yeah, that's very, very funny. Well, we went piece by piece through the ill-conceived poison on Eric's part, and then the absolutely brutal Royal Giant the opposite direction. So very well played. So what are you guys? Are you totally with Calalas? You're 5-1 now, and really you have to kind of take out some of that because you had your two teams playing each other yesterday. So I guess you could say you're effectively undefeated in this tournament so far.
Yeah, that's I guess.
Yeah, so very, very, very nice. And of course, I think people are expecting continued success from you throughout this one. So you're joining us partway into our first set. Let's go ahead and jump into the action. I think you still have the clan, correct?
Yeah. By the way, you say Ale. His name is Ale, just so if you didn't know.
There's no accent on the E, and he has 2 E's. I know it. I'll switch to Ale, but you got to put the accent on there and not have 2 E's.
Okay,
I'm gonna stand by it.
In Spanish, we call him Ale. Go again.
Ale it is.
It's okay.
We'll go with it. So, we were talking, I had SB on the channel yesterday to help with the co-cast, and I think one thing that's really interesting about this tournament is it seems like in a very short amount of time from CRL, monthly finals and stuff, to now, we've seen a couple of really key meta shifts. Bats, as you can see, suddenly being around a whole lot more. The Musketeer replacing Archers in many decks, mostly because there's so many more Archers counters, and probably because of a mixture of the arrows and the rise of the insane rise of Golden Knight in the last couple of weeks. Is there anything in particular that you find the most interesting in the way that the meta has kind of adjusted in the last week or so?
Yeah, we used to see a lot of Giant Skeleton decks. I don't know if you remember the Hoggies and the Graveyard, and people started countering it with a lot of Bomb Tower and Mighty Miner. So it switched a bit. People stopped using Giant Skeleton, and because of that, Mega Knight went popular because Mega Knight gets countered by Giant Skeleton, Zappies, Fisherman decks, and now Mega Knight is dominating the meta, and we're seeing now sometimes some Giant Skeleton decks to counter them. But if you don't play Giant Skeleton decks, Mega Knight for me it's the best deck right now on the meta.
The one that we're seeing, the variation is the one that Faust is playing right now, the MK Prince Minor Wallbreakers?
Yeah, yeah. For example. And Minor Golden Knight is also very good, which Mega Knight counters, hence why it's popular.
What did you think about EGW playing his Mega Knight Firecracker ladder deck? That was one that...
He's very good with it. Once in a semi-pro game, we played E-Giant, and he also beat E-Giant, so he's very good with his Mega Knight.
Here we go, Miner into the bottom outside corner, Mega Knight in deep, Archers plus the Mighty Miner to hold wall breakers for opposite direction, don't connect. And Faust falling a little bit behind here. And those of you, I saw someone ask who else is on Tribe besides xAlee. It's Wallace, Sandbox, and Betfas. So very, very solid team here. But so far, xAlee doing his best to make sure his teammates get no chance to play. We'll see if he can solidify that here in the next 2 minutes.
Oh, the wall breakers.
Not quite a connection. Wall breakers opposite direction. And no hit there. The bats are fascinating, Jebas, because that's one card that, like I think I was saying this yesterday, was everywhere, and then was nowhere, and then suddenly, after a long kind of disappearance from Clash Royale, bats are back.
Yeah, because it does well against these decks. It's, for example, xAlee doesn't have a spirit, but here, for example, on this matchup, Faust doesn't have a reset, so the Mighty Miner and the Bomb Tower do a really nice job. I don't know if you remember on our match, Vitor played Mega Knight, but with PUIGINS because of Mighty Miner. Here he doesn't have a reset for Mighty. I feel like xAlee might win if he doesn't play bad defense.
The no reset, absolutely huge. We've seen a lot of cards get more popularity because of the Mighty Miner and how common it is. Right now, DPS is the only solution you have. Plus no Swarm on the board for Faust. Wallbreaker doesn't connect, doesn't matter. 847 plus log chip damage down to 789. Can Faust overwhelm here?
With the bets, but no, on triple he can poison. He can play a lot of cards. I think it's hard in triple.
Has xAlee made enough room here with 20 seconds left to win and maintain? Log adds a little bit more. Miner into the inside, wall breakers plus arrows. Don't get past the bomb tower. Trying to push everything he can here. The poison on offense may have been necessary, but also may have opened up the door here. Will the log do it? No, it will not. Faust prevents xAlee from kicking us off with a King of the Hill sweep. The pressure at the very end, and let's go ahead, cue up a second look there at the end. Jebas, talk me through the end there. Was there anything that xAlee could do differently, or was he just caught in a really tough spot in those final moments?
I feel like he lost when he minored on defense and he didn't predict the miner. Because he wanted to predict the miner and defend for no damage besides arrows. But since he didn't predict, he didn't have offense, so he lost because of that. I think just to be safe, he needed to miner on offense. Because in true honesty, I don't think he needed miner on defense. He has bomb tower goblins. And Faust got a really good arrows on his goblins as well.
Oh, I think I was muted there. There we go. I'm unmuted. Let's go back, look at this. I think you see two different... Oh, never mind. We're into game. Sandbox up next for Tribe against Faust. SK Gaming, Morten, Faust, Sam, and julesy in there for emergencies.
Same deck from Sandbox.
And it's, I believe it's Jose VTS coaching for Tribe Gaming, right?
Yes, it's actually a curious deck pick because Faust is known for Lava Loon as well. And this deck is not very good against Lava Loon, but they're getting good matchups right here. Sandbox has a really, really good matchup.
Talk me through the thought process on this matchup from your perspective.
I wanna lie, but I feel like Sandbox has around 5-6 defenses for the drill. He has the bomb tower, he has wall breakers log. If he's afraid of log prediction, fireball prediction, he can log the drill first, then goblins or archers. And if he really needs, he can also mighty miner. And he has minor poison, which you can't really defend the entire game for no damage. But he took a lot of damage on singles, so we still have a match.
Quite a bit of damage indeed. 1874 in that bottom right-hand tower. Wall breakers come in. Log plus Ice Spirit will clean those up. Miner taken care of by the Mighty Miner. And it's been a... Go ahead.
This, I like to say this sometimes. If I wanted to snipe drill, I would pick minor wall breakers, for example. That's how good for me the matchup is. Sorry for interrupting you.
No worries. The question I was going to ask is, it's been kind of a difficult time for SK Gaming so far here. Has it just been bad luck from your perspective, or is there something else behind SK Gaming's difficulties in this tournament through these first 2 days?
I don't want to lie because I'm not sure, because I haven't talked to julesy, but I don't think he can come to the games because of the time zone he currently has. So in most of the games I see them playing comfort, and against teams with coaches it can get hard sometimes.
Very interesting. Yeah, he told me that I don't believe that he is making it. You know, KV is listed as their staff, if nobody else listed as staff, so I don't know who's making the picks here, but I believe that you're right that it's not Jules.
On the last games, I saw the games just as a spectator, and they were playing their best decks, as you can say, so maybe their matchups haven't been the best as well.
1232 to 1605, Faust. Currently in the lead. Is this, what lead do you need to have comfortably to beat this minor poison deck in triple elixir?
In triple, you need to have at least 1k damage, and still you can easily lose. But he has a really good defense. Sorry.
Lost you for a second there, Jebus.
But he has a really good lead. I feel like he needs to save his Ice Spirit. Ice Spirit is really the key here, because you Ice Spirit, you Goblins or you Mighty on the miner, and you mitigate the damage. That's what you need. But he's not saving them, so as you can see, the miner's always getting damage. Look at the damage that miner just did.
That's insane. And now you talked about needing a 1,000 damage lead going into triple elixir. Well, now it's about an 80 damage lead. Definitely not going to be what you need. The log trying to make enough here, and that does open things back up. Now here's the big difference here, is Sandbox certainly can come back and win this one, but that bottom right-hand tower is not in a safe position. So one way is to have enough of a lead. The other way is to actually destroy the tower in time. Minor poison in. Faust needs Fireball. I believe he'll get to Fireball in time. Does the Wall Breaker connect? Oh my word, the Wall Breaker connects! Oh my word. What in the world just happened? It looked like Faust had done it. And the Wall Breaker sneaks through. What in the world?
I feel bad for Faust because he played well on offense.
Let's go look at that ending here. And as this is what I was saying was, hey, that bottom right-hand tower is low enough that Faust might not have to play the full triple elixir and stand up against all that minor poison damage. And with this Fireball plus the log, we're now in Fireball range. So he just needs one more Fireball to win this one. And you see here, the pre-log from Sandbox clears that out, and that Fireball's in the air. Oh boy, set number 1 for Tribe Gaming. Let's watch that one more time. What an ending. What an ending. So you see here, the poison on offense, just trying to get some more tick. Fireball. Log. So now he still he doesn't have 3-card cycle in this situation. The minor poison comes in. The bomb tower there the bomb tower played right in front of the princess tower. I guess trying to work on both the, trying to play maybe a catch, hopefully for the miner as well here, Jebus.
Yeah. And also to defend the wall breakers. And I don't know if he archer on offense or something as well.
Just
I feel like
wow. Go ahead.
I feel like also Faust in triple should have played his mighty miner more, because when you play the mighty miner, you cycle and he could have spell cycled a bit more fast. I feel like that he also missed that.
Yeah, and that he didn't have that 3-card cycle. Absolutely brutal. Yeah. So here we go. Set number 2 on its way. SK Gaming now in real danger of going 0-3 here. It's going to be Sam, Morten, Faust in that order for SK, and then Tribe Gaming, Betfas, Sandbox, Wallace. So no LA this time around, but there you go. Absolute wow. Absolute wow. Attack in the chat saying wow. A lot of people very, very, very excited for what we just saw. First game is going to be Sam versus Betfas. Betfas's deck pool has certainly gotten wider and deeper in the last while. When you're preparing decks against Betfas, obviously, except for right now, like because people are playing Pompeyo for some reason that I don't understand at all. But I see a little smile from you, Jebas. Maybe because you're anticipating something about the question.
Who played Pompeyo?
Sam has played
only
it. And
only xopxsam, right?
No, it's been played twice so far in the tournament.
Oh, I can check maybe, but yeah. Go on, sorry.
How do you prepare against Betfas right now, as his deck pool is beginning to expand?
It depends, because he also has a coach. For example, I need to see which player he's going up against, and then I also need to see which decks can be good against my player. It's not like, but let's say I'm facing only Betfas, right? I'm only playing against Betfas. I'm mainly gonna snipe his cycles, because if he plays, let's say, a heavier deck, he won't play as perfect as a cycle ones, right? I think that's what you need to do.
So Sparky for Sam, who continues to be, well, the mad scientist. So we saw Pompeyo from Sam yesterday. Yeah.
He's playing an EGW secondary version of the deck.
EGW's wild. How do you prepare for a guy like him?
Against him, I will play all the spells in the game. I'm not afraid. You need to play all the spells in the game against him. At least in a duel. In a normal match, you just play triple spell every single time. Or, I don't know, you try to play Mother Witch, Skeleton King, Fireball. You need to play a lot of spells against him. That's one of the things I realized. He has E-Giant, right? xopxsam.
I think he's going to be playing that E-Giant Sparky deck, which we saw E-Giant Sparky once today, and nice little hedge here against the NATO. And
those goblins were so good.
Yeah, very, very smart play by Betfas.
He knows he doesn't have a small spell. Hog goblins. Very smart.
And great double duty here from the Mighty Miner. This is going to give him a nice elixir advantage. Or just more maintain that damage lead as Sam sets up his Sparky in the back. Mortar low. It feels like it's going to be very difficult for Sam to get any sort of significant offense going.
Like I tell my players, all it takes is 1 or 2 Golden Knights. So if he can get 1 or 2 Golden Knights, maybe he can get some elixir out of Betfas. Because once a Golden Knight locks, you need to address it. Then you start losing elixir, you lose your advantage, and xopxsam can do things, you know.
Hog doesn't connect there on the right-hand side. 1402 the mark. And now Sparky with Ghost in front.
Ooh. He missed the NATO.
Very, very good Ice Spirit. The NATO doesn't do the job, as like Kocaster points out. And at this point, right, with a really solid lead here, obviously you love a hog shot. How much is Betfas actually thinking he's going to get hog shots here?
He can still get it because he only has NATO, right? So if he outcycles the NATO. and finally xopxsam plays his E-Giant. He needs to play the E-Giant because E-Giant, minor tanking, Golden Knight Spark is actually very hard to defend.
And Mighty Miner does get the Sparky down. The bridge spam right now is crazy. Ghost will get a shot here. Golden Knight, can it be controlled high? NATO does not let the Golden Knight connect to tower. Minute and 12 seconds left. Hog down, NATO out of cycle, just as you were talking about. Hog's going to get at least 2 shots here.
Exactly. Very nice Hog. That defense was usually won, because it's kind of cycle spells. Mortar on defense is also huge against the Sparky. I don't understand that T-Giant from xopxsam Sport. Sparky dying with just EQs and mortar shots.
Yeah, the defensive play has been nice from Betfas, but getting defensive defense as offense for Betfas.
Yeah,
maybe
I feel like xopxsam next because he had a really good elixir advantage. Didn't capitalize with that elixir lead. I feel like he could have done a bit more there. But besides that, Betfas played really well.
Betfas did play it nicely. Next up for SK Gaming will be Morten, and man, this is continuing to be really rough stuff for SK Gaming. I know that there's not a lot of people out there who can do the analysis. At this stage, at what point do you go, if you're SK Gaming, you go, hey, we need to find somebody, and who's out there with julesy not available for SK Gaming to try to right the ship here?
I feel like because I know Morten and Faust, I feel like they don't want to search for anyone. They just want to play their stuff, or at least get julesy to help in a few matches. So I feel like they might come after this weekend.
Well, we'll see if they can get julesy to stay up late. Currently in Vietnam. They're like, julesy, there's some money on the line here, bud. We need you.
If he helps them, they can definitely come back easily.
Betfas going.
Interesting deck pick from Betfas.
What about this drill pick is interesting?
Drill net. Because you have some bad matchups against Morten, and this is one of them. Bridge spam Monk.
And we saw earlier the fireball adding even worse to that one. Yeah, we saw earlier some how Monk can work against some of these pieces.
We saw this matchup Mugi against I don't remember, Line, I think. Line played Drill, Mugi played Bridge spam Monk as well. Monk is so good on this matchup.
Cannon Cart, Magic Archer, and of course those towers all play victim to the reflection from the Monk.
Exactly. We also saw yesterday Mo winning this matchup from Drill side, and the key thing is to never overcommit and never let him do his entire push, his entire Lumber, Monk, Phoenix, Ram Rider push with Fireball. That's almost impossible to defend.
As we saw before with the aforementioned matchup, nice lineup here from the Magic Archer, getting a little advantage here early as Betfas. And Ram Rider trying to shut down that advantage. It does seem like Betfas, on balance, is going to have to overspend to defend Ram Riders.
Yeah, this Ram Rider from Morten wasn't good because he had UAs in cycle, so I don't know what he was looking for there.
And good damage again out of the Goblin Drill. 13-23 on the right-hand tower. Betfas still pretty clean sheet here.
He's picking apart his defense, his offense, sorry. As you can see, he has double lane Morten, which he doesn't want. He wants all his push in one lane. Again, he was defending the Ram Rider.
So here we go. As we head into sudden death overtime, Morten it feels like Morten's cycle is just in a funky position more than anything else. Now I feel like
he knows what he needs to do because he magic archered the right lane. That's where he needs to come to play. He needs to play same lane with his monk and his counter pushes.
And now the E-Wiz played a little bit early. Can Morten get to the E-Wiz and make room for the Ram Rider get through? There we go. Magic Archer played in the middle with the Barb Barrel, and now this is the opportunity. The Monk for protection here. Very nice protection Monk. And now Ram Rider behind with the Rage. Monk in deep, ability up. Drill has to come out defensively, and this is where Morten has got to start putting on the gas. Ram Rider connects, Monk connects, E-Wiz comes down, but comes down very, very late. Morten doesn't need to defend against the Royal Ghost. Betfas has opened the door for Morten. What does Betfas need to do right now to shut it?
He's going same lane. Now it will be very hard to get damage. He either needs to play very aggressive with his Golden Knights, or I feel like he might lose. But here, I don't know. It's a very rough situation for Betfas.
And perfect reflection there. Gets double duty done. Fireball in. Does he get the match? And there we go. E-Wiz gone. Forcing out, and this is the problem now for Betfas. He has to throw these drills defensively, meaning he cannot create offense. He's relying exclusively on defense now to win this one. Does have the 500 HP lead with under 30 seconds remaining, so it's not like it's a done deal here. Betfas still has the advantage. Can he maintain it? And just like that, it changes. 10:58 to 8:92, 15 seconds left. Drill down. Goblins plus Magic Archer to try to prevent the drill damage, and they do. They prevent it beautifully. Golden Knight needs to connect for Betfas, or it's going to be all over. The high Monk, but once again, this has been the story for SK Gaming. The Golden Knight dashes that are absolute pure insanity. Pure insanity. And this was the doom of this team yesterday, and man, what can you do about that? And it feels like the answer is there's nothing you can do.
He had NATO as well. I don't know. I don't know because he has NATO, so he can get the lineup he wants. And just like that, Betfas won. Like I said, he needed a very aggressive Golden Knight to get damage, and he got it.
So here we go. Final 10 seconds, and you're gonna see the Golden Knight played high. That Magic Archer gets moved, but look at how far away the Monk and the Magic Archer are. That feels like, it should be far enough away. But the brilliant play by Betfas just to move the Magic Archer over a little bit, but it still feels like that should be far enough away. And it isn't, because you can see which tile it connects on, and Golden Knight goes, connects, that's it. Just wild.
He still missed the NATO, right? He didn't. Did he get the NATO on the Monk?
The NATO didn't get the Monk. But it did. And we'll look at this more later. Let's go ahead and jump into see if Betfas can end this.
That's why I said I don't know what Morten could have done there to prevent, because he was gonna dash. Yeah, maybe, yeah, because if he plays the Monk on another tile, the NATO would have pulled, so I'm actually not sure.
And I see people going, hey, what the heck, was that frozen? No, I was freezing things so I could look at some stuff. I'm going to see if I can get, like, maybe an arrow PNG or something to drop in there so that you guys can recognize that I'm trying to point out things when we're slowing stuff down. I don't have a telestrator in here, so that's maybe kind of some of the hard part. Go ahead and see if I can find something as we go into this one. And Faust back to E-Giant Sparky.
Did you see what happened?
I was looking away. What did I miss?
He played a Mighty Miner, Betfas, and Faust Sparky the back, he giant the bridge because he didn't have a Mighty and everything connected on his tower. His Sparky and his Golden Knight. That was very good from Faust. He knew which deck Betfas was playing and he played to with his hand. It was very smart. Because he really needs the damage.
Well, it appears that he got it. That is not a PNG. Hey, just as a complete sidebar here, I feel like if you upload a thing and say that it's a PNG, but then it's not a PNG, it's the fake one with the thing in the background, that should be a jailable offense. Anyone know what I mean? When it's transparent, it has the check marks behind it, but it's not actually transparent. All right, good talk, everybody. Let's get back into the gameplay.
It's very hard for Betfas to defend the Sparky actually, and the Golden Knight. And then he the Miner as well, with the giant. I don't know how we will, I don't think this is possible to come back.
And the Electro Giant just walking its way on through. NATO for the wall breakers. And yeah, you're talking about the exact problem, right? Is there's just too much going on. This Golden Knight probably will connect. Yep.
He can't address the Miner as well on that spot because if he Goblins, that's a free Golden Knight dash.
So here we go. Faust trying to keep his team alive, needs a reverse sweep. And so far, so good. And as you're talking about it, it's just, you're right, there's too many different kinds of things to defend.
And then you also have the Golden Knight. You can't even play the defense as you want.
Maybe we'll see a little lane switch here. Yep, and can he put that on skates? And no, the nice high goblins out of Faust prevent that.
Really good defense. He ate some damage because he knew he could eat damage. That's a Golden Knight with 4.
That's huge, absolutely huge. Miner stays alive, being tanked for by the Sparky, and that's going to be it. GG. And Faust does keep his team's hopes alive. Needs to get 2 more wins in a row. Let's go ahead and let me see who's up next for this team.
Sandbox, I think.
And yes, let me take a look here. Oh, it's
the
not.
chat disappeared. I need to reset.
Yeah. Chat disappeared. And those of you who did feel the relatability of that PNG line, you know who you are. And
Sandbox.
Sandbox. Let's see if is this one actually a transparent PNG. We'll find out. I'm trying to get us an arrow that I can use as a pointer when we are doing we're doing replays, because I'm enjoying freezing the replays and being able to kind of like talk about different pieces. That one is also not one. Oh my word! If anyone who has has direct messaging with me can send me a transparent PNG of an arrow, of a red arrow, you'd be a godsend right now. Let's go ahead and jump in to our next one. Faust up against Sandbox. Let's go.
I think Sandbox right now is playing with no sleep because he told me that he might not play today, but he's still playing, still giving his best without sleeping. Shout out to Sun.
Yeah, the sleep part certainly difficult on his side.
Exactly.
Oh, please
Mega
let me
Knight.
see if this is it. So, talk to me a bit about the rise of this Mega Knight Prince deck, because it kind of feels like it went from being a niche deck to being central very, very fast.
Yeah, like I said, Giant Skeleton decks were very popular. They started to be as popular because of a lot of bomb tower for example, the Fireball drill deck. Some bomb tower decks in general used to counter the giant skeleton decks, and because of that, they disappeared. And Mega Knight is really good at to cycle snipes, to snipe cycles. My bad, sorry. So yeah, as you can see, Sandbox is playing a very meta cycle deck, and Faust has a decent matchup. Ooh, that arrow. Those arrows were amazing.
And I'm seeing a weird slowdown. Did anyone just see a... If you're watching at home... Whoa. Whoa. My PC just went through some... My PC just went through it. I don't know what it was. That's wild. Is the stream okay? Am I still streaming?
You are. I'm watching you.
Okay, yeah. My PC is going crazy right now. What just happened? Hold on. Maybe that arrow, the arrow I just downloaded was a... Was this arrow like some sort of virus? It's just a PNG, dude. That was really, really weird. Well, I'm just going to make sure that nothing bad is happening here. Give me a second, folks. This is why I used to only use Max. I'm going to delete all this stuff.
Ooh, Faust with the double MK. Feel like he's gonna get a lot of damage here. Yep. This is so hard to defend. Yep. Very good push. Just like that. Anyone? Yep. Once Mega Knight does a lot of damage, it's very hard to come back for minor.
Okay, I think we're all right. I might have to go and like make my own arrow inside of Photoshop, because I downloaded an arrow, just like a picture of an image of an arrow, and suddenly my whole computer, like everything was flashing, the screens were being messed up. That was wild. So, well, good job, Faust, to keep them alive a little bit longer. Yeah, I can...
Faust did really well right now. He's been on the rise up.
I'm gonna go ahead and close a bunch of stuff here, just to try to make sure that I'm not having issues with. And big shout out, thank you to Vitor for sending me an arrow.
Oh, Vitor is watching.
Yeah, thank you, Vitor. Appreciate it.
Vitor is a new streamer. Make sure to follow him, guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do we have Vitor's link somewhere?
I can get it.
Yeah, please. Yeah, please go ahead and get it. I'd love to share that.
Should I send on chat, or not sure if I'm allowed?
Let's go ahead and jump in. Yeah, I think you have permissions to send it in that chat. Here we go. What in the world happened there? Well, here we go. Faust versus Wallace, and Vitor, and Faust. Vitor, I'm so mad. And Faust with a chance to send this to the third. The reverse sweep would be a huge clutch for him here, a massive clutch.
Faust playing one of his best decks, Royal Hogs Recruits, and Wallace playing one of his best decks, Royal Giant.
Well, who do you give the advantage here?
Wallace has a Fireball. Faust doesn't have a Fireball, so I feel like I should give it to Wallace. If he had Mother Witch, would be almost perfect, because Mother Witch, you can't really kill her, you know. But with Uis, Faust still has some hope in him. It will be hard though, because he has Phoenix for his flying machine, he has Fireball. Monk can reflect the flying machine if he ever gets in trouble, so I don't know.
What is it about the Germans that they like pigs so much? Why do they love Royal Hogs?
I don't know, that's a good question. I feel like that's just That's just their deck pool. It's not a real thing because Morten doesn't play a lot of pigs, right? I don't
He
think
used
Morten.
to play it like crazy.
Well, but for example, now he doesn't play them because Royal Hogs right now on the meta aren't the best deck because a lot of Bomb Tower, some Fireball, so it's hard to play Hogs, Royal Hogs on this meta. Look at the damage, really good damage from Faust.
This would be a big one. Pigs in, Flying Machine, but that's all Fireball value.
Yeah.
You got to split there. You got to split those pigs or go opposite lane.
I was giving him a compliment and he said, no thank you.
Well, SB was on yesterday, had experienced his first time with the Curse of the Caster.
what did he do?
I can't
Did he
remember
say
who
someone was no?
Yeah, he's like, oh, this guy's going to win, and then obviously they didn't. And that is how casting goes, if you've ever done it, for any game ever.
Yeah. Nice Golden Knight dash. Faust really playing well. He knows he needs a lot of damage because in triple it will be over because a lot of RGs in triple can get a lot of damage. 1 or 2 RGs, sorry.
Zappies to the right, one to the left. The pig split didn't matter as the Phoenix was taking care of the Flying Machine up high. This lead is pretty solid. Is it secure, though? And the Golden Knight does get that extra damage on tower, and one more shot there. And that is a big extra shot.
When you ask if it's secure, just Golden Knight. You get some damage back.
Fair enough.
I think this is very hard to come back. Unless Faust messes up real bad, I don't think he loses this.
3-3 split. I think this is our first time seeing recruits today. And they are really clogging things up against this Fisherman.
Yep.
The dual lane pressure just really frustrating for Wallace to deal with here.
Yeah. Good RG, but I don't think that does 2k damage. Recruits with 7. Yep.
And recruits will do plenty of DPS here. Final 26 seconds left. Pigs opposite lane, forcing the defense, and a big expenditure. No fireball play that side. The Monk getting the reflection on the first Flying Machine, second Flying Machine behind, and that's a whole lot of fireball value. But that's just fireball value for pride, not for win. And here we go. People are writing off SK Gaming today. As Faust was coming on, it was an 0-2 so far, but 1, 2, 3 in a row, and Faust will take us to the third set, keeping this team alive with a real chance at getting back in it.
Faust is one of those players. Like for example, he doesn't have a coach, right? He still got top 8 because the decks he plays, he's gonna play them almost to perfection. You always need to play a really clean game against Faust to pick up a win against him.
Well, now we're coming into the third set. Do you expect that we see Faust back out again in this third set?
For sure. I feel like Morten will give him this set. And I think that's a really good decision because he's feeling it.
Yeah, Faust certainly in the rhythm at the moment. Third match going for Tribe System. Let's go. Hey, you know what? We haven't talked to the chat man, literally everything is kind of glitching out on the computer suddenly. Don't I have the... Why is that not working? Suddenly, yeah, we are experiencing a ton of glitches all at once here, folks. So, sorry if there's any disruption in the stream. Jebas, we just lost your camera as well.
No.
Yeah, you're still there.
I'm still on.
Yeah, but I'm just not seeing you. Hold on. What is going on here? Let me try this one more time. Try to reset your camera.
Make sure to donate, guys, because Rich might need a new computer.
I am I am absolutely flabbergasted right now. I have no idea what's going on. Well, we've lost your camera, at least temporarily. I see you still there in my system, but not up here on the stream. So I'm going to try to see if I can troubleshoot this, but since we have a little break between these moments. But yeah, like all my plugins just stopped working. I can't show chat on screen anymore. I can't show. Wow. What is going on? You guys can see this too, right? The counter is gone. I can't show chat on screen anymore. I can't get Jebez's camera in. It's like OBS just decided to not communicate with Chrome anymore. What in the world? Well, we still are able to watch the games. You guys can all still hear Jebez, I believe.
Yes. I'm still here.
Yeah.
Interesting. xopxsam in the duels.
Oh, xopxsam versus Sandbox. Interesting check both ways. Yeah, everything on my computer looks good, too. There's no dropped frames. Like, everything looks fine. This is completely insane.
From Tribe's part, either Sandbox, Wallace, or Betfas could have played this duel. xopxsam will be curious because you know how he is with his decks, so he can catch Sandbox off guard, maybe.
Well, we'll see if he does it. I'm going to have to... I mean, we still have one more match today after this one, but after this match is over, I'm going to have to do some really, real serious troubleshooting, because everything just fell apart. Well, we have sound. We have the ability to show gameplay still. Let's go ahead and do it. Please tell me we still have gameplay. Yes, we do. All right. Oh, but now the overlays are gone too. What is going on? Well, Jebez, go ahead and cast for a minute. I'm going to see if I can troubleshoot this for a second.
Okay. Sandbox probably playing Hog or Minor Mortar. He loves these decks. And xopxsam is playing Drill Infernal or with a cannon. Let's see. Depending on the version, should be a very solid matchup for Sandbox. He has a Musketeer, which means he doesn't have a champion. So that's a bit worse for xopxsam, because Mighty Miner 3-card cycle will be very good for Sandbox.
And yeah, still trying to figure out what's happening. Long story short, folks, OBS and Google Chrome have completely stopped communicating. So all these things I have that are built in, connected to Google Chrome, just OBS is not recognizing a single one. So I'm not sure what happened. Working on trying to fix it the best I can. But it is an absolute. Let's see. Can I refresh the cache of the page? Nope. I'll keep working on it.
Wow, nice prediction with Sandbox on Sandbox. Sandbox defended kind of wrong because he overcommitted on offense, but he managed to get the damage back. So, in my mind, the defense that was bad, he punished really well. He can only lose in singles, but since he's winning in single, I feel like he has a really good chance on winning here. Really interesting deck from xopxsam.
I'm going to try to work on a couple of things to see if I can solve some of these problems.
And xopxsam doesn't have log, so Sandbox's goblins are very strong on defense. He always needs to fireball with his drill. Amazing delivery by Sandbox. Amazing log by Sandbox. That's the defense he needed. He didn't need those goblins, I think, but it's okay. He has a really good counter push. Mortar, Hog.
So, Hog in left-hand lane, Drill comes out defensively for Sam.
That's the power of 3-card right there, outcycling his bomb tower. This deck is very curious from xopxsam.
still working on this. If you can carry the cast here for a minute, Jebas, because I'm still trying to figure out why in the world no browser sources are being recognized by my computer.
I feel like if Sandbox plays good defense, he should have this one in the bag. Really good delivery, and also delivery is very good on this matchup. Not the matchup itself, but to cycle on the delivery, because you're not really gonna play the delivery that much. So he was very good that he played it there, so his cycle can start flowing. And now he has a 3-card cycle. He's just gonna keep on pressuring, and xopxsam can drill fireball. Just a really good offense by Sandbox. Because of that, it's a really good defense.
Oh, that probably must be restarted to... We can't restart OBS right now.
Mighty Miner, yeah, good Mighty Miner. He doesn't have champions, xopxsam, so now he has a 3-card cycle. He's just gonna start spelling some EQs and some hogs. The mortar there, that's a waste of elixir, but it's okay. I don't think it will cost him anything. Good delivery, just to make sure, exactly. And that's another EQ.
Well, folks, it looks like we're going to have to be without overlay, at least for the moment. I don't want to kill the OBS because I'll kill the stream here. So, might have to do some more stuff during the break.
Sandbox takes game number 1. He played really well, both on offense and on defense. Really good game from Sandbox here. Let's see what Sandbox here might play a heavier deck, because xopxsam just played Valkyrie, Musketeer, Fireball, Bomb Tower. Let's see if he, for example, has Hoggies or something like that, or a Giant Skeleton deck could be also interesting here.
Gonna try one other thing here and see if this works. No, that doesn't do anything. Well, here we go. Arrows cycle to open up for Sandbox.
And he's playing Hoggies or Graveyard, like I said. Hoggies, yeah, very solid deck pick, and against E-Giant. Not a lot of people know how to play this matchup from E-Giant side, so I'm liking it for Sandbox. But xopxsam, with a really good E-Giant in single, might get some damage. Really solid damage from xopxsam. This matchup, whoever goes on offense first, whoever takes the initiative first, will most likely get more damage on this matchup. If both play well on defense and on offense. He also has Cage. Cage is a huge boost for this matchup as well. And he gets the activation. Looking very good, xopxsam right here.
All right, folks, we are gonna, when this match is over, I'm gonna try to see if I can reset OBS. The stream will cut out for a moment and see if I can reset OBS and get us back into everything working. If it can't, then we'll just have to do troubleshooting when everything is over. But as a note for everyone, don't download don't download images from the internet, apparently. Because I guess a red arrow means ruin your computer. Here we go.
And with King Tower activation, xopxsam can defend his Hoggy. Cage, I don't, maybe people out there don't know, but if you want a tip, if you ever want to beat this matchup with E-Giant, just put a Cage. It helps you so much. Cage gives you counter push, it defends the Hoggies way better. Look at the brawler. Look at that E-Giant, so good. This game from xopxsam was very, 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 very good. So now, xopxsam played GoldenEye NATO. He didn't play Log, so he might have a cycle open, obviously. Sandbox played as the GoldenEye open. Sandbox has a GoldenEye deck open, and he still has Monk, and he didn't play any big spells. So I feel like Sandbox has E-Giant and Monk spam, and xopxsam has a cycle for sure, and maybe some deck with arrows. I feel like Sandbox here has a really good Breach Bam Monk, if he has it. Because xopxsam played E-Giant, and he also played Drill, Fireball, Valkyrie, Musketeer, etc.
You're talking about for game number 3.
Yeah, this game is over. I'm already thinking of game 3 to see if... Yeah, because xopxsam just had to play solid defense, cycle some spells. Yeah, he won game 2. Let's see here. xopxsam might play a cycle, and Sandbox as Golden Eye NATO or Breach Bam Monk, I feel like. Let's see.
Let's see if Jebas gets it right. Let's see if Sam can get SK Gaming in the winning column, or will Sandbox and Tribe have SK Gaming start this tournament 0-3 with only 4 more games to go.
Sandbox playing Minor Golden Knight, surely, exactly. xopxsam playing his log deck, which can be Hog or Hoggies maybe. Minor, okay. Yep.
So the 2 biggest minor meta decks in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like the Golden Knight NATO one is specifically, in many ways, designed to counter Archers, the Archers Goblins meta.
Yeah, so good on this meta. In this matchup, it's also very good. I feel like this is a solid matchup for Sandbox. He just needs to not lose in single. Oh, we missed the bomb tower, but I think that's still okay.
Bomb Tower still distracts, but does not open up the Golden Knights lane. What is, you said doesn't need to lose, what needs to not lose in single. What is losing in single for Sandbox here? What is the point where it goes, you've gotten too far, it's too far ahead?
I mean, losing in single would be taking some mortar hits or letting something connect and be 1.5k down on damage, maybe. Because in triple, it can come back at least 1k damage with the minor poisons. But if xopxsam plays really well, he can definitely win this matchup. It's not like it's a hard counter by any means.
Here we go, folks. I can't get an overlay. At least you'll get my face here for the remainder of for the moment. We'll try a reset during the break, but here we go. We're gonna cast on cam for this final minute and change, or 2 minutes and change. The 2478, not quite the leads necessary yet. Mortar switching lanes here for Sam.
Very good, because if you go same lane against Golden Knight, he stacks Phoenixes, and he stacks the Golden Knight, and it's gonna be a dash. It's really hard to not let the Golden Knight dash if you go same lane. But he switched lanes again, and also if you go same lane, he can also poison your Morten.
The Ice Spirit control on the Golden Knight to open up some room, certainly helpful, but now significant elixir lead for Sandbox as we go into sudden death overtime. Mortar opposite lane once again, bomb tower in response.
Yeah, I feel like he needed to switch lanes, not just Mortar. Oh, that's a dash.
Oh, yep. It's a huge dash.
He's on the lead. If Sandbox doesn't do anything stupid, what I mean by stupid is letting, for example, a Mortar connector or a Mighty Mine or something, he should have this one. Because now he just Phoenixes the back every single time. He gets the Golden Knight at the bridge with the Miner. Yep. He can't even Goblins the Miner, which is the saddest part about the matchup.
17:24 to 11:54, 75 seconds left, and time ticking away for SK Gaming. But this is good stuff for Sam, is keeping this Golden Knight as far away from the bridge as possible.
And he poisoned the Golden Knight and he managed to kill her, which was huge. He picks up the Miner, very good. Now he has 3-card cycle, which Sandbox doesn't have. He's gonna start poisoning.
Here we go.
In a second, another mine.
Maybe the log here to get the Golden Knight all the way done. That's a Golden Knight attempted. Not going to get the dash off. Miner gets picked up by the skeletons.
That NATO was amazing because you couldn't Goblins the Miner, so you got more damage.
Ice Spirit, then Goblins. Miner in opposite direction. Golden Knight gets the pickup, and this is now one poison away from Sandbox, putting his opposing team in a massive hole, and that's going to be it. Tribe Gaming takes the win, and man, SK Gaming, what no one would have picked, 0-3 to start this competition.
Yeah, I feel like they needed Faust on this set, but I don't know. Also, very good stuff from Sandbox and his coach. They got very solid matchups overall.
All right, folks, we are. Oh, go ahead. I'm gonna see now that we have this. I have I have a hot fix that I'm attempting here. It's gonna require a quick restart of OBS. We're gonna see if this actually succeeds. But I think that the YouTube stream will remain. So here comes. Everyone, please hold. We'll be back hopefully. And let's see. Hopefully we're back. Jebus, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. The question is, are we still on stream? Which I don't know.
Let me check. We are. I can see it. Yes, right now.
So we might have had a slight break, but hey, folks, everything's fixed. Let's go. It worked. It worked.
What did you do? You just reset the OBS?
I just reset OBS, and now also look, guys, 99,097. Come on, we are 903 subscribers away from 100K. Come on, folks. Hey, can I get some subs for fixing the problem? Can I get some I just fixed it subs? Let's go. I don't ask for much, guys. But I fixed it, and that fixing a technical problem, it feels so good. I see someone saying, Miner Roddy saying, I told you to do this earlier. I couldn't do it in the middle of the game, in the middle of the match. Now, Jebus, what do you, I see you looking at something there, reading some notes, or...
No. I'm checking my iPad because I was watching the clan. They were saying it was full. I'm just messaging my players just so they can leave the clan so people can join.
Got it. Let's see. Am I still live on Twitch or did Twitch die? Let me just go take a look at Twitch too. I know YouTube is back up. Twitch, are we still there? Looks like we're still up on Twitch too. Hey, big dubs all around. Big dubs all around. And now we go into our final matchup of the day. Chivas Esports versus Team Queso. Vitor saying you are live here, but you've abandoned us. I haven't abandoned anybody. I'm here with all of you. Emotionally, psychologically, spiritually. And let's see. Taking a look at our rosters for our final matchup on the side of Chivas Esports. We have Anaban, DiegoB, Ardentoas, Hasiel, and Pompeyo. And over on the other side of things, with Team Queso, Surgical Goblin, who went 5-1, I think, the other day, right?
He almost went 6-0.
Yeah.
And he had a good matchup, but he just started very... I don't know, he had a very rough start. Yeah. As you maybe can say like that. And he also told me, if I didn't start so slow at the last match, I would have won 6-0. And I really liked his deck picks as well. He really thinks them through because he DMs me sometimes for, I don't know, some tips, some ideas, change ideas. I really like how Surge is playing.
Surge playing great. Javi 14, Bale, and Kodigo, the rest of that team. Talking about Surge's gameplay right now, obviously Jeba's Surge, one of the all-time greats. We saw him nearly qualify for World Finals, and last year going very, very deep in the LCQ for Worlds. What are your thoughts on Surge's chance for making World Finals this year? He's currently ranked in the top 16. He's 16th, or tied for 16 specifically. where do you rate Surgical Goblin's chances on making Worlds this year?
It's very like a lot of people ask me, oh, do you think this person, how are his chances? It really depends on they do on the Swiss, right? Because right now you need to make top 32 a lot of times to get those points, you know. So he has good chances because he picks well, he's playing well, and he will. I think he will start to play even better because he's practicing the game a lot. So he has a lot of things going for him to get to Worlds. It just depends on the points because there's not a lot of spots this year, right? It's very hard to get on those, on that top. I think it's 16, top 16.
Well, it's not just top 16, Jebas. It's that there are 7 golden tickets. And then 7 people, the top 7 from points after the golden tickets, and then the 2 spots so that players from China who will join us.
So it's 7 from points. 7 from points is really hard. Like, for example, if you ask me for my top 7 from points, I will fail 5 of them at least easily.
Well,
because
I guess the big thing is you do take off 7 players from, like, 7 of the best players in the world are going to get golden tickets, right? So that does open up some spots, right? Like, so everyone else knows Mo's not going to be one of those 7 on points because he's already going to Worlds. But still, then you're down to just 7 people who can make it on points after all that. It's just wild.
Yeah, I feel like this year, I think that's what they wanted as well. You need to be really consistent, and that's very good. So whoever gets Worlds, they deserve because they got a lot of points. They did a lot of top 32s, maybe some top 8s, because top 8s give a lot of points. A lot of. If you get, for example, 3 top 8s, you're almost at Worlds. I feel like if you always go 7-3 or 8-2, for example. Top 8s are so huge on this year.
What is going on? All right. Oh, let me take my camera off of here now too. All right, folks, we're back.
Pompeyo against Javi 14. Javi 14. I'm sorry, I said it in Spanish.
No, I
always say his name.
I don't know if you know this, but on the English broadcasts, we always call Javi 14. We don't call him Javi 14.
Let's go.
And
I always say his name in Spanish. I'm sorry, used to it.
No, I mean, same thing here. So when Javi first came from CRL Latam to CRL West, Andrew and I were hanging out with the Spanish casters, and they were always talking. They just kept on talking Javi 14, and we were like, "That sounds so much cooler than Javi 14. It just sounds better." So
yeah, it does this.
Yep. So Javi 14 is what he's always been, as long as he's been in CRL West.
We saw this matchup today from Pedro, but Pedro had a Musketeer. Musketeer obviously way better because Javi has arrows. It will be interesting. I feel like if Pompeyo plays good defense, I still give him a little small advantage to him. Can you hear me, Rich?
Yes, I can. I'm taking a look at these 2 decks for a second. I'm trying to think about, Javi, what is it about, there's some players who've translated very well to the solo era, and it felt like Javi would be one of them, and so far it hasn't been the case. And is it just that, the less motivation after no longer, being on a team, having team salaries, things like that, or is there something else from your perspective that's made it so Javi hasn't experienced the success you might have expected in teams, in solos?
I don't know his situation because I don't speak a lot with him, but some pros that were playing teams, I feel like the main thing they did wrong for now to not be, for example, on top, sort of, as you could say, is that they stopped practicing in, for example, 2021, and their level decreased. And some people don't realize once your level decreases and you're not, for example, elite anymore, to get back to elite, it's very hard. It's very hard to get to the top, Once you're at the top, it's not easy to maintain, but you can maintain it. You just don't need to practice as much, right? For example, Mo, when he got to the top, he was practicing a lot. Now he just maintains it. That's an example. You can also use, for example, I don't know if you've been watching Ruben, he's coming back because he's practicing more again, surgical as well. So I feel like that's what he needs. He needs to practice again a lot to get back to the level he had before. I don't know if that was a good answer or not, but
it was a phenomenal answer.
Thanks. Pompeyo playing really well right now.
Yeah, maintaining this lead, defending against the graveyards.
That log was a bit sketchy, but he's still gonna defend. Yeah.
Are we gonna see Javi? I guess now at this stage, no need for. It's possible that we even see lane switch here, naked graveyard.
I could be wrong, but I feel like this matchup you play double lane. And by what I mean by double lane is that you have 2 graveyards on your deck, right? So you go for 1 graveyard on one line, Skeleton King on the other, and just like that you do the double lane push. Because Pompeyo doesn't have any splash, right, on his deck. So if you can do that, it would be optimal. Because if you play same lane, look at the Mortar, always splashing the troops, always getting a lot of damage. Then if you play one lane, defensive poison, you log the graveyard, some goblins, and it's defended. I feel like that's what he needed to do.
Well, here we go, 30 seconds left. Can the graveyard do graveyard things, or is this all the way locked up? Notice you saw Pompeyo not playing poison on that last push. Poison now comes out for the graveyard, and this should be enough to end the game here. Fisherman with the pull. Now we do have the Skeleton King ability activated. Pompeyo calling it. Good game. Chivas Esports out to an early lead.
Really solid game from Pompeyo. His defense was very good. That's why he won. It is offense as well.
So let's go take a look at the lineups here. Chivas lineup for set number 1 is going to be Pompeyo, Hasiel, and then DiegoB. I think that I've lost the other lineup, but coming up next will be Surgical Goblin for Team Queso. So we'll see if Surge has the same magic that he had yesterday.
I believe in Surge.
I see a lot of people in the chat here going with the same idea. And look, you want to talk about a great old school matchup, Surgical Goblin versus Pompeyo. We're talking about those old CWA Pro vs. Pro videos. This is a whole fun one. Let's go ahead and jump right into it.
I used to watch those when Pompeyo, I think it was Pompeyo that was the champion for a while, or was it Surge?
Pompeyo, I think won 7 or 8 in a row, something like that, on the Pro vs. Pros.
And then Surgical beat him, I think, right? Was it Surge or?
I don't remember the specific result from that now 5 or 6 year old YouTube video, but you know what? I'll go ahead and say that you're right.
Surgical playing RG Skeleton King Fireball. And Pompeyo, maybe E-Giant. I don't know. E-Giant, okay. Let's see Surgical's cards, because if he has Fireball and he has Phoenix, I would give this matchup to Pompeyo. Even with Zappies, it's still for Pompeyo. And people will be like, why? He has a Tombstone, he has Zappies. But Pompeyo has a cannon, even if you Fireball, you're going to get an Elixir. You're going to be 1 down just from Fireballing. The Bomber is very good, and the Phoenix is unkillable if you have Fireball. So, let's see.
And that's a big one. Phoenix unkillable.
Yeah, it really is. The Phoenix just carries the matchup. And then you have Golden Knight. That thing is gonna dash once, twice, maybe 3 times. You can't do anything about it.
NATO may be a little aggressive there, but the cannon plus barb barrel should be enough to shut this down pretty heavily. I don't think we're gonna get an RG shot here. No, we won't. So Pompeyo behind on Elixir by a little bit, but avoids any serious complications there with that NATO play.
Yeah. I'm not sure yet if he has Phoenix or... If he has Phoenix, I feel like he might Phoenix behind the Skeleton King and go RG opposite. He has Zappies, okay. You will see that even with Zappies on his deck, it will still be hard to defend. This is a good push from Surgical, because he's gonna get the ability. This is hard to defend.
Bomb tower cleaning up. NATO will pull back. Surgical Goblin going to give up. Going to get some damage here on the left-hand lane and defend this E-Giant quite well. Zappy's out to stop the Golden Knight, and just like that, the 2019 World Champion opens up a big lead, 17-66 to 24-18 with 15 seconds left. RG down one more time.
That push was amazing. Bad cannon. He's gonna fireball. Exactly. And that's a hit if he doesn't NATO. Yeah. He doesn't get a hit, but he gets a fireball and he gets a victory advantage. The only bad thing right now is that he's going stem lane as Pompeyo. And I don't know if he gets unlucky on some defenses or if he defends a bit wrong, he lose just because of going stem lane and bird stacking. But he's switching. Surge knows that he needs to be aggressive. He needs to attack while defending.
Fisherman, will it stay up? I don't believe so. NATO pulls all that together. RG getting good shots on the right-hand side. Now dual lane damage, but another Electro Giant down for Pompeyo.
I don't think that E-Jam will do anything because he doesn't have a Golden Knight. That's a bad lightning, I think. That's, yep. I think that might be over.
Royal Giant left lane. Fireball might be... No elixir for the Fireball. Never mind. So just going to RG, force out some responses, and keep Pompeyo from playing offense.
And Surge is at a spot where he can choose both lanes. That's amazing for him. And he has a lot of damage lead. So that's I think that's a bad lightning. He needs to Golden Knight and get his 3-card cycle down. Don't agree with that.
Oh, Fireball does not get the bomber here. Will that come back to bite him? But the Royal Giant gets on tower. First shot down, NATO to pull everything back.
That's another hit.
Oh my word! GG, well played. Fireball will finish it. I can't believe that Royal Giant got that extra hit there.
Textbook gameplay by Surgical. That's how I define this match. He played really well. I feel like because this is one of his also best decks. I feel like he knew the matchup, he knew what the game plan was, and he executed really well. I feel like Pompeyo is maybe a bit lost in the middle, and that's Surgical took advantage of that.
Well, you say textbook gameplay, and maybe textbook gameplay comes a little bit better for the guy who pretty much wrote the textbook on the game. So Fireball doesn't get the bomber, but Fisherman gets the bomber out of the way, and now with nothing really there, that RG gets the shot, and oh boy, Surgical Goblin ties things up.
Yep.
So next up for Chivas should be Hasiel.
I have their lineup. It's Hasiel, yeah.
And,
in Spanish we say Hasiel. In
Hasiel.
English you say Hasiel, right? It's hard. Some pronounces on English are way different.
Yeah, I mean, I live in Austin, Texas, which is quite famous for pronouncing things weird in order to identify who's local and who's not. So, for example, there's a road called Manchaca, but people from locals call it Manchac, and you know that that someone's not from Austin originally if they call it Manchaca as opposed to Manchac. Or like there's a highway that's Loop 1. But everyone calls it Mopac. Nobody calls it. If you call it 1, they're like, "Oh, are you from California or New York? You're definitely not from here." So yeah, Austin is filled with those things where nothing is called what it's supposed to be called just to identify outsiders. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I have one or two friends from also I think Houston, and they also say the words very different from me sometimes. And I'm like, why is he saying like this? Is how you pronounce it, or is that just a thing from them? Now I know.
Just a whole different thing.
Hasiel playing his Miner, one of his favorite cards. I feel like Surge might go for a Hog here.
Let's see.
Because it's a very solid pick. No,
Nope.
RG. Maybe he's playing RG.
As I say, Hogmonk's gotten very popular, but not going to be the hog here with the bird.
We're not seeing a lot of hog. I mean, we are seeing. We're not seeing as much because there's no bends. With bends, we would see a lot of hog. Oh, I know what deck Surgical is playing. I feel like he might be playing the Firecracker one. This is a deck. Like shout out to julesy. He made this deck. Very good to snipe cycles. Because the Firecracker is very annoying.
Although he's playing poison, you're going to still have to overspend to get Firecracker, but it's not like you can't reach it.
Yeah, but you can't really poison her every single time.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I guess Mighty Miner decks, she will be very good. That's an amazing RG, he ignores the Miner. The Musketeer was very good, didn't die to the Monk ability. But that's still a lot of damage.
That is a ton of damage, down to 1745. And I don't think he defends this Musketeer. No, he does. He's going to force a response to the Musketeer out.
Yeah, Spirit, okay.
Hasiel,
Amazing.
of course, go ahead.
Amazing single from Surge. In single, he shouldn't get damage to be honest, but he did, so he almost won the game. He can lose obviously, but with this start, I think he shouldn't.
And there goes the Firecracker.
This deck, this card, Firecracker, is very good against Mighty Miner. People haven't realized it yet.
Is that maybe why we're seeing a little bit more Firecracker in the last couple days?
Yeah, I give this sometimes to my teams as well. It's very good against cycle players, and Hasiel is a cycle player, so ability. Ooh, didn't get it.
Goblin's working on the Royal Giant, and the mortar does get down just in time. I mean,
Hasiel switched lanes as well. Very smart by Hasiel switching lanes. Go on, Rich. Sorry.
So a lot of the thought process for a long time has been mortar shuts down RG, you know, mortar log Ice Spirit with the DPS here. But we're seeing kind of a different result so far through this one. And
because
of the Firecracker?
Because Monk exists. Monk reflects everything. And you also, do you remember when we used to play guards on the mortar? Guards are way better as well against RG.
Huge difference there, exactly. RG gets another one. Wow.
You can log the goblins. But Hasiel managed to come back. He still win.
Hasiel definitely is in this one, 1946 to 1629. RG high. Musketeer undefended.
Don't agree with these RGs. He needs monk pushes with RG. That's very hard to defend. And if he plays like this, it's easy to defend if you're a good cycle player. Didn't need to defend that. He could have just. He needs a monk. He needs a monk. He needs a bird. He needs a RG.
And Monk down, but gets into both the poison and the log here. Royal Giant behind the Monk. Does the Monk get a reflection? No reflection here. Now Mortar high again. Firecracker working on the right-hand side. 40 seconds left. Miner for Hasiel working on the left-hand tower. Poison going to go and take care of the Fisherman as well. RG one more time. Then we see high Mortar once more. Lightning trying to predict. The mortar comes in late, 8:24. Minor poison push. And that's going to be the lead for Hasiel with 15 seconds left.
He needs a monk. But it's too late. Oh, he placed the mortar wrong. Lightning? That's
oh my word. RG hits. Oh. And that's going to be it.
Wow.
Whew.
He almost came back. Very nice game from Hasiel. He Surge won because of this mortar. Because if he mortars anti-lightning, there's a chance he doesn't go for it, and then he doesn't get RG it, obviously.
Here we go, looking at the replay, and you'll see the Lightning come down. Mortar played late here. 8:24, and this is where the lead suddenly, very shortly, switches to Hasiel with 15 seconds left. Then the RG comes in high, 6:36 to 8:24. The log onto the Goblins, absolutely perfect. But you say playing the Mortar wrong here. Was it this that the Mortar was in, like, he tried to get Mortar damage as opposed to just playing?
No. He only needed he wanted the Mortar to defend RG, right?
Yeah.
If you play it anti-lightning, meaning one tile to the left, he can't lightning the tower and the Mortar. He either goes for the Mortar or he goes for the tower. And since Surge needed the lightning damage, he will definitely go to the tower, so the lightning doesn't hit the Mortar, and he would have defended and he would have won. That's what I...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that what I was saying was a heat, but it looked like he was also, Hasiel was placing it, instead of placing it outside of the lightning range, he placed it so it would also maybe shoot on tower, which...
no. If I feel like if you wanted it to shoot the tower, he just plays it a bit closer to the RG, so that hits.
Right on it.
Yeah, because where he placed it, it would go to the Mortar, I think.
Well, either way, that's old news, and now we have a battle of old teammates.
DiegoB playing RG Monk. RG Monk, very solid deck on the meta right now. Because the Monk is so good. Ooh, really good, really smart Gen Skeleton. Very good Monk. Because it pushes back. This matchup is interesting with archers. Because they die to arrows. If DiegoB had a Madrovich or a Newies, I would definitely give it to Diego. But with archers, I'm not sure. Surge has a chance to win.
Flying Machine. Gonna clean that up. And does Diego... No, he does not worry about fireballing the Flying Machine. Spends a little bit less, but gonna give up a shot.
Yeah, but I feel like that's what he needs to do. Fireball for the pigs. The only bad thing about DiegoB's deck is that he can defend hogs really well without the fireball. Look how much damage he took.
Yeah, quite a lot. So here we go.
This push, very good.
Monk in front. Fisherman not able to create separation, but is distracting the Royal Ghost as the Royal Giant gets in deep, and this will take the lead back over for DiegoB. But
amazing
with
damage.
Lots of damage, but lots on the board right now for Surgical.
He has Fireball though, so I feel like he can defend. Oh.
Great split lane push here. Pigs doing damage on both sides. The Giant Skeleton getting in kind of deep. Can it, with the Zappy's help, stay close enough? Nope.
Oh, he didn't. The Monk pushed it, so the Fisherman didn't. Oh.
And that's huge. Fisherman pulls that all the way in. Second Fisherman for Diego, distracted for a half second, and does not get the pull on the Giant Skeleton in time. Surgical Goblin down to 88 HP. Arrows will finish it off. 1, 2, 3. Surgical Goblin is on fire in this tournament.
His offense has been beautiful. This offense was amazing. The entire game. The split lane, the Giant Skeletons at the bridge, the early damage.
And here we go, taking a look at this Giant Skeleton. It's the second one after this, and man, you saw Diego had the right idea, right? So he has the Fisherman down, and he tries to get the second Fisherman for the pull for the King Tower activation, but the distraction by the Mother Witch Pig in the opposite direction means the Giant Skeleton dies a half second too early. And at that point, ain't no coming back from that one. GG, well played. Surgical Goblin on fire for Team Queso, but they definitely need more than just Surgical Goblin to get this one done, in my opinion. And I'm seeing some people in the chat, Mind of Roddy, saying Surge is single-handedly carrying Team Queso. Some Let's Go Surge. People asking, will SK play today? Yes, SK did already play today. Call the Fire Extinguisher, says Saad. Yeah. Set one for Team Queso. Jeb is, we talk a lot about the deck picking portion of it. Do you put much thought into the King of the Hill order at all, or is that not really much of a concern for you?
I do.
In what way?
I think I can say because like if people even snipe my order or they try to predict it, I don't know. I always change it. I like to open with a really good player because I want to start winning 1-0. I hate starting with my worst player in theory, you know. So I always like to open very solid. For example, I'm gonna give you an example. I always like to open with a Mugi, with a Lucas, for example. They will always get me at least one win, and then we start winning. They start doubting about their decks. They maybe go more comfort, and that's where we get them. For example, that's a strategy you can do.
So I think you're like, well, I always open with a Mugi or a Lucas or a Mohamed Light. I mean,
for example, on the other team, I like to start, for example, with Ruben. He always gets a win, for example, as well. And then you can close out with a strong player, with an experienced player like Vitor, even Adriel. Adriel is very good at closing. I'm just saying my team because that's what I work with, you know?
Sure. It's just funny when you have like, well, I have arguably the 3 best players in the game. I want to start with a good player. How do I do that? I just don't know.
For example, on this lineup, if I coach Chivas, I would start easily with an Ardentoas or with an Hasiel. For me, they're the 2 best players in theory. I feel like they're the ones that will grab me the 1-0s. And that it's very important sometimes, the mind games.
Are we seeing E-Giant Mirror from Anaban here?
Once again, he played it yesterday 2 or 3 times, right?
Yeah, he did it, and there's the Sparky.
Oh my god.
And immediate opposite lane pressure here from Javi.
He's getting a double NATO, isn't he?
Here comes the double NATO, gets the King Tower activation.
Amazing. Shout out to Lucas for being the first player to do that.
Who do you think... Okay, so yes, the King Tower activation happens, but look at the situation. Untouched damage on Javi's side. He's playing E-Giant Golden Knight, which King Tower certainly helps, but doesn't, in my opinion, define the matchup. Who came out the better for that full exchange, in your opinion?
No, activating against E-Giant is huge. But Anaban doesn't have a cannon. If he had a cannon, would be amazing. It would be huge because the cannon and 3 towers are gonna destroy the E-Giant.
Yeah, but
I still feel like
when you have building, but he's not playing a building.
Oh, he has lighting. I was gonna say I feel Javi still has a good matchup because he doesn't have a spell, so Javi's Phoenix will get a lot of value. But he has a spell, so I take it back. I don't know. This looks it looks hard for Javi because Anaban knows how to play this matchup. You don't want to face a mirror match sorta against Anaban. He knows what he's doing with these types of decks.
Lots of damage here in for Javi.
That was amazing damage. That's the damage you needed actually. I was complimenting Anaban and Javi said, "Wait, I still have some life in me." Very good lightning because he needs to chip down. He also needs to kill a Sparky.
And Sparky down. The Golden Knight twice now from Javi Catorze has been perfect.
Yeah. Now he just needs to defend, to be honest. Cannon is so hard to take out of the board. Like, he spends a lightning, but I feel like he can still NATO it. The archers, he's gonna NATO with 3. Yep.
And missed NATO from Anaban. GG, well played. Right. So what I was saying from all that is, yeah, the cannon is certainly, I mean, the King Tower activation valuable in all matchups, and if you can get the E-Giant to the middle, great. But from that particular exchange, and I think, let me see if I clipped that from our in my replay package. 1 second. Did I get that one? Let's see. Yes, I did. So here's the exchange here, right? So, and I don't know if you are able to, if you have my stream up, and are able to.
I will. Let me see. I can see it.
Okay, so we have the Golden Knight going down the right-hand side, and when the Spark comes out, the immediate E-Giant left. And so now you have Anaban's going to spend 7 Elixir on this King Tower activation, but he's going to lose this, essentially lose this Sparky, and get significant damage in both lanes. And in the end, not gain an Elixir, so not gain an Elixir advantage, and get the damage on both sides. So that's my big question there is, while obviously with a building to pull the E-Giant into the middle, that King Tower activation is optimal. I guess the question is, in this deck, in this matchup, was that the right way to open the game from Anaban's side?
He didn't have anything in hand, if we're gonna be honest, because he spark it. He doesn't have the bird. He doesn't have anything. I think he could only NATO twice, actually.
So not optimal, but it was the only option.
I'm not sure. I would have to see his end, but I feel like he needed to double NATO there, unless he could Sparky Mirror. Maybe that was another one he could have done.
Well, either way, Javi gets game number 1 for Team Queso.
And Circle Goblin here maybe said to Javi, hey, just play this deck against Hasiel. He will play Cycle. You can grab a good matchup.
And King Tower activation.
This is the deck with Phoenix, but he has archers. Very interesting. Some people play like this, but with arrows being meta, it's not optimal.
Who's doing the analysis and coaching for Queso? Do you have any idea?
No one. I know his decks, for example. I don't know if they exchange ideas between them 4, but yeah.
And then you have a 5-person staff listed for Chivas Esports. So
for Chivas, I think it's Arata, Viking. Maybe he picks for Hasiel, and Game Z. I think that's how you say it. He also helps with decks. So they have 3 people doing decks. That's very solid as well. Lots of ideas flowing.
RG sets up in the back as we go into double elixir time, 1848 to 1982. Most of the game taking place on the left-hand lane.
This, you can see, is playing the monks on the back, it's being a bit more effective than playing RG straight at the bridge.
Lead being held. Hasiel coming off of a great opening weekend, of course. You put an end to that in the Golden Ticket final.
I didn't. It was Mohamed. I didn't play.
You helped. You contributed to putting an end to that one.
Yeah.
We'll put it that way.
Thanks. He's playing very aggressive, Hasiel. Interesting.
Is this aggression the right move? I mean, it's paying off. It seems like it's paying off here, at least in this exchange.
This defense was very good. He pulled a monk to the left, so the bomb tower wouldn't reflect on the monk, and he defended RG. That little move made him defend that easy.
Miner gets a couple more shots here.
He's being aggressive, but he's defending, so I can't really criticize him, right? He's defending. The firecracker got a shot. Wow, that was huge. That's a Golden Knight. Wow, amazing.
Golden Knight.
Because he needs it.
Plus Miner. And Poison in. That's going to be it. GG, well played. Hasiel. Phenomenal outing here.
Yeah, he played really well. He's feeling it with these cycle decks.
Let me stay back here for a second. You know, when you and Mo were preparing for that Golden Ticket match, you know, you're obviously preparing for cycle coming from Hasiel, but you're also having to prepare the in-game duel mode, right? And we've talked a little bit about how you have to prepare 4 decks at once as opposed to prepare a game plan that's only accounting for 24 cards. Now you're accounting for 32 cards instead. How did that affect the way you guys picked and prepared the deck set against Hasiel?
We tried to pick very solid decks. We also tried to cover his cycles, which is his best decks. And if I get a bad matchup against, let's say, E-Giant or Hoggies, I'm not really set because he doesn't play them as well as Cycle. So I feel like Mo has a really good chance on winning. For example, you saw he played E-Giant, Mo played Hog. Mo played amazing that matchup, for example. And having 32 cards, I feel like maybe you need 1 or 2 decks where you only play game 3 or with a lot of exception out of the board. For example, sometimes I like to have a 4th deck, which I will tell them, we only use this deck last game if this, and this is out. Maybe we never use the deck, but it's there if that occasion occurs.
Oh, interesting. So preparing the 4th deck, not as a plan to use, but as a break glass in case of emergency, or like the perfect situation arises.
I can tell one example. Against Chetty, the Hog deck with Rage, we had it and we said if he plays Mega Knight and I don't remember the rest, but if he plays Mega Knight, game 3 we're using this. It beats all of his decks. He played Mega Knight, we played the Hog, and we got a good matchup.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that was fascinating. The Hog Rage. How'd you guys decide on that? That one I remember I was talking about being like, what the heck are we seeing here?
Yeah, we didn't have a lot of spells, and he plays Lava, and he plays a lot of Flying Machine. So me and Alan is also Mo's coach.
Yeah.
We were deciding on something to counter the Lava, and we saw that Rage delivery kills, for example, Flying Machines. So we thought like, I think this can work because you can also use it to cycle on defense or on offense. It also acts now as a small spell, so I mean, it's not optimal, but it's not the worst spell you can have on Hog, right?
Is the damage? How impactful do you think the addition of damage to the Rage has been?
It's actually very good. I don't know if you knew this, but you can defend the graveyard very well with Rage because you kill skeletons, for example, like a log, and then the tower starts shooting faster, so you take almost no damage.
Well,
those little things are very key, for example, for Rage to be viable or at least useful in some matchups.
That's a fascinating tidbit, and I guess the Rage players now have a little clue on how to defend Graveyard in a new way. We'll see if...
Yeah, and if you, for example, if you ever want to activate your King Tower, just, for example, use a Fisherman on a Lumberjack, and the Rage will activate the King Tower.
Oh, that is fascinating. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, shout out to Lucas, because he always does it.
Fisherman on Lumberjack to activate King Tower. Wow.
That's huge against Breach Monk, for example. Interesting deck from Hasiel.
Yeah, I mean, the Valk is kind of the confusing element here.
Yeah, you remember this deck, right? From, I think, maybe last year?
Yeah.
Where, this used to be a very good counter to Drill. I don't know if they were searching for the Drill matchup here, but against Kodigo, this deck isn't the best. He plays a lot of cycles, he plays a lot of VQs. Not the greatest deck. He also plays a lot of Bomb Tower, since the Bomb Tower is played on cycle decks. Will be an interesting matchup here.
Miner to the front, tanking for the archers. We'll get some good extra archer damage. Not even chip. Let's call that chunk here as Kodigo now takes control of the lead. 22:54 in the top right to 25:66 bottom left with 34 seconds remaining in our normal time period.
This could be interesting for Hasiel if he has snowball arrows, but since he hasn't played any snowball or arrows, I feel like he doesn't have snowball. It will be fireball arrows, I think.
And just a kiting wall breakers to keep the tanks away from those princess towers and not give a target to those arrows, defending the graveyard well. Arrows come in, though, on the archers, and that's an Inferno Dragon connection. That is a huge Inferno Dragon connection, and Hasiel roars right back into the lead as we go into sudden death.
His only counter to... Oh, he misclicked?
Oh,
okay,
boy.
Fireball to bailouts. His only counter to Inferno is Poison or Archers. He didn't have none of them on the board, so that's how he got the connection. Very, very smart from Hasiel. Because he breach spam there, I don't know if you saw, but he knew he was on Elixir, he breach spam with his Zappies and his Inferno, and he got a lot of damage.
Miner in the front one more time. Poisons to hedge against the ability from the Skeleton King.
Now Kodigo will have to play very aggressive. This is good for Hasiel, because he can grant some graveyards arrows down.
And arrows do a lot of cleanup work on the left-hand side. Zappies will help get some skeleton hits on the tower. 8:13 remaining. And forcing out the poison defensively from Kodigo helps preserve that top right-hand tower, and now Hasiel putting the pressure on.
Good goblins. Maybe he needed bomb tower. I'm not sure. That's GG, I think. Unless the wall breakers connect, which they don't. Fireball arrows takes it.
And trying to miner poison faster than the fireball arrows, not going to happen. Hasiel now puts his team with set point and a chance to send us to the third of the 1v1. And is that going to be Anaban as the last man up for Chivas here? I thought Anaban went game 1. No, it was Javi game 1, so it's going to be Anaban game 3 here.
From Hasiel? No, wait. You mean from Queso? Queso is...
Yeah, no, so why did they throw Anaban on there? That's so weird. So yeah, it's going to be Surgical up next. I saw Anaban come in on the overlay, and I'm like, why is Anaban there?
Yeah, why is Anaban on Queso?
So here we go, and Spartan Stiff saying, time for Surge to do some lifting again. You know, does Surge have 2 more in him right now to finish things off?
Surgical has to go up against Hasiel and then Ardentoas. A very hard task here for Surgical.
Ardentoas, you know, this is a guy, I guess we're not to him yet, but while we're kind of talking about the road Surgical might have to go through, Ardentoas, certainly at the end of 2021, it was Arden, Adriel, and Hasiel all looking like the big dangers for 2022. And then of the 3 of those, Hasiel taking time for school, Adriel missing out on World Finals. Ardentoas made World Finals, had some moments, but didn't go super far in it. Talk to me about what Ardentoas does well, and what are the things that would make him go to the next level.
What do you mean going to the next level? Do you mean being, for example, let's say a top 5 player? Or,
exactly.
Or getting... Oh. He was always very fortunate that he had good stuff behind him, and he practices a lot as well. And I think he's talented because the way he plays a very aggressive playstyle, but it pays off for him. So I feel like all of those made him get where he got. For example, Worlds. If he wants to be a top 5 player, I don't know. Maybe maybe practice like a lot would be my answer to him. But it's hard. It's hard to tell someone how you get top 5, right? Because that's difficult to. There's not an answer for that. You just need to practice and try for the results to work. I don't know.
Fair enough.
It's tough.
And I'll answer Michael Cross's question. He's asked it a lot. Is Surge Mo's biggest competition? I don't believe so. I believe that Mo's biggest competition is actually the two of his teammates in Mugi and Lucas. But Surgical Goblin certainly has a chance of becoming very dangerous this year.
And Morten as well.
And Morten.
Yeah. Because Morten is always a hard opponent to go against. Very good matchup from Hasiel here. It was a very ballsy deck pick because Surgical played MRG the last set, and they play Drill NATO, which loses to RG. Maybe they predicted no RG from Surgical, so yeah. But it paid off, so can't really complain.
Yeah, Golden Knight going to be very nice against the Archers Goblins. And then, you know, we're talking with SB about this yesterday. SB felt like this deck had a lot of decent options on how to defend against the Drill in different sequences involving the Ice Spirit and the Goblins and the Log. How do you see Surgical trying to defend against these Drills as they start coming in?
The problem of this matchup is the counter push and the Golden Knight combined with the Drill, not really the Drill itself. Drill itself for this deck is easy to defend. The problem is the Golden Knight mostly, because if you try to defend the Drill for no damage, maybe the Golden Knight will get some damage.
For the moment, Surge does have the lead as that poison will tick down just a little bit further. And trying to go for the King Tower activation doesn't do it. The Golden Knight turns back to the Princess Tower instead and makes this about a 200 HP game.
Just like that, Hasiel is back in the game. Easily.
What do you have to do to make that Golden Knight go to the King Tower there? That's wild.
The other day someone activated and I was in call with, I don't remember who it was, and I said, how do you do that, like, consistently? And they said, I don't know. Maybe it's a luck thing. I don't know. Because the Golden Knight now tends to go to the tower. Because, for example, there it should have went to the King Tower, right? I feel like. I don't know why it didn't.
Yeah, try to look at it more in slow motion, maybe. I think the other hard part about this matchup is that you try to win the bridge fights, and there's a Magic Archer there for perfect lineups all the time.
And there's a cannon card to defend your mortars. The Phoenix is also annoying. And sometimes if they have UVs on their on this deck, it's also annoying because it counters the Mighty Mine.
Ghost goes to the mortar. Will the mortar be able to retarget? No, it won't, because the cannon cart gets out. Surgical Goblin is trying to play this one up high as much as he can.
Oh.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
You saw it.
Yeah. Hold on, let me see.
The drill made the ghost go to the tower.
Yeah.
I never saw that.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that one, and we're going to be going to a third and final set here, but I do have the replay on that one. Let's go ahead and take a look at the final moment where the drill decided to betray its master. So here we go. Drill goes to the back and just trying to spread, I guess just trying to spread Surge out a little bit here. And then we have the play here at the bridge. This is, oh yeah, here we go. So the high mortar, cannon cart, and ghost will come down. And then the drill is going to come behind this ghost and just kind of bump it forward a little bit. You saw the ghost speed up there, and it makes it not enough time. The goblins come out. GG, well played. We're all tied up. Some interesting interactions in this one, Jebus.
I feel like he could have defended if the ghost didn't do that, because the ghost went straight up to his tower. That's unfortunate. But I feel like he would still lose anyways, because in triple, Drill has a very, very good matchup.
Well, a lot of people talking about that King Tower situation as well. We're going to get our in-game duels here in just a moment from Arden and Surgical, but I'm going to first go ahead and take us back into, this is still a replay, folks. I'm going to take us back into the replay from the last one and just try to break down that King Tower, that failed King Tower activation. So let me see if I can find, I'm going to slow this way down. Where was it? I think this is it here. Because I think we're going to see the goblins. No, this is not it, because there was archers involved too. All right, so let's jump ahead a little bit here. Okay, so here it is. So we're going to see the Golden Knight come down, archers to the middle, goblins played low, and there's one goblin. I just don't know. I just don't know what to do about that. Because I'm looking at this one in very, very slow motion. Let's see if I can
Yeah.
pause it right when we hit to the important part. All right, so right there hits the Goblin, and you know what? That Golden Knight is about 3 tiles away from the corner of the Princess Tower, and 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles away from the King Tower. So it was maybe it was the Goblins played a little bit too early, because the Golden Knight is actually, I think, closer to the Princess Tower. So there you have it, folks. That's the problem right there.
Yeah, I feel like in a game like this, you shouldn't try to activate because it's very hard. It's very hard to predict when they will ability. And he tried to, and the Golden Knight literally lost him the game.
Yep, there you go. And now we're going into Ardentoas versus Surgical Goblin for our in-game duel to decide everything. This is going to be an interesting. I don't think we've seen. Has Arden played today? I don't think Arden's actually made it into a game yet. So Arden coming off the bench for this final one. Did we just lose? Hold on. Let me go look at here. No, we still have all of that. Oh, by the way, hey, 99,130. Dude, we are so close to 100K. That's crazy. That's super wild. Thanks, everybody. 870 to go. That's pretty cool. Jebas, I seem to have lost your camera here again. Oh, I lost it. Oh, I think I've just lost Jebas in general. Let me go into Discord here. I think I've lost Jebas' audio as well, so I'll see if we can get him back. But for now, it's just me. So we'll see if he does make it back. Let's go ahead and jump into...
Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you back now. There we go.
I switched Wi-Fi for some reason on my computer. I'm really sorry.
Well, guess what? You're here back in time just for Ardentoas for Surgical Goblin.
Ardentoas, minor wall breakers with bomb tower or Mega Knights.
Which one do you expect from him?
Both. He plays both. He plays all the meta decks, to be honest. So I think he's playing the bomb tower one against Royal Hogs. Very good matchup, or good matchup at least.
Although good moment here, Surgical Goblin not enough elixir to pull the trigger on that one. But this deck cycles back so fast, it's risky for Surge to go for a pig's push here.
I feel like Ardentoas doesn't have lock because he has the spirit. You know, like this deck doesn't have a spirit, right?
Yeah.
And his last 2 cards are a spell and maybe Mighty Miner, right? Because this deck without Mighty Miner doesn't work well, I think. At least I never tried it.
There's some guy named Lucas in the YouTube chat saying to tell Jebas to shut up. I don't know what his deal is, but you know, he seems to have a strong opinion about you.
He's an hater. It's okay. You can let him talk. Yeah, he's playing without log, I think. Yeah, if he had log, he would have logged already by now. Who doesn't cycle a log in the first 2 minutes, right?
So, what do you think of this matchup with no log here? The Ice Spirit's it makes this deck faster for sure, but
Valkyrie, even better. Valkyrie, it's even better. Yeah, he doesn't have log to push back units, but he has Ice Spirit to freeze stuff.
And he gets to that bomb tower a little faster.
Yeah, and he has Valkyrie. Valkyrie is so huge for him. I feel like he wins this with the star as well. He would only lose in single with a bad cycle or a really good push from Surgical. So yeah, looking very good for Ardentoas. And he didn't play log, which is a very useful card in duels.
Yes, good point here. Very good point here.
So he has another cycle open if we're discussing ideas already.
Does he play Hog as one of his other decks here?
He could Hog Mortar, for example. Well, I'm not sure. You could also have it in RG. RG can also play a log.
Valve cycles on the left-hand side. Go ahead, yeah.
Drill Fireball, don't think so, because he played Goblins, Ice Spirit, Bomb Tower. Wouldn't be optimal to play that deck anymore. So it's either RG or Hog, the log deck comes in. And he for sure has a Golden Knight in there. and like an E-Giant. He's very good with E-Giant, Ardentoas.
Ghost picked up here by the archers. Flying Machine needs to get a little reset here, and wall breakers defensively from Ardentoas. What does Surgical Goblin need to do in this game to get back into it?
He doesn't have a Mighty Miner, so he needs to try to do, for example, double Giant Skeleton, and maybe get a Flying Machine on tower, because that's the most annoying card for Ardentoas to defend. He needs to make Ardentoas overcommit, or make a mistake, and then maybe he can take advantage of his other troops, like a Mother Witch, like a Flying Machine. For that, for example, the double Giant Skeleton might be a good way. But it's not looking good, because he has Valkyrie. Valkyrie just...
shuts so much of this down. Oh, what a miner. What a miner. Arrows have to come out, and now arrows will not be available offensively for Surgical Goblin.
That was amazing. Amazing mine. Good Flying Machine. That's a poison, yeah.
And people are sitting there thinking like, hey, but the wall breakers didn't connect. It's, you know, a lot of these times, and this is where you talk about separating pros from amateurs, is the push operating to think about what the next push or two might be from you or your opponent, as opposed to the push being focused on its immediate damage impact.
Yeah, and also for example, he didn't get damage. He forced the arrows, 3 archers on defense. Archers are gonna kill everything.
Yep.
Because he doesn't have archers, arrows on for offense. Yeah, just cycle bomb towers.
Shutdown defense here for Arden. Flying Machine can't get away. And that's going to be a pretty simple GG well played here. Ardentoas, phenomenal deck pick from Chivas Esports. And perfectly played.
Serge is known for his Royal Hogs. I don't know if they tried to cover it, but he loves Royal Hogs as well. So it was a very good pick in number 1.
Very good pick. Here we go. So, Minor Poison, though no log. I know you talked about him being a cycle player. Hog Mortar EQ maybe for Arden?
Yeah, or RG, like I said.
Or RG.
But I don't think he goes Hog here, because Surgical has Golden Knight open, so he still needs to... E-Giant. Like I said, he's a E-Giant player, might be playing it. Ardentoas is really good with E-Giant, and he goes E-Giant on the back straight away, because he knows he can do it, because he cycled the Phoenix. Surgical probably has Miner or E-Giants as well.
And a high bird. Lightning to clean it up.
E-Giants.
And you know, I don't remember a lot of Surgical Goblin playing heavier beatdown style decks from his time in CRL teams. I'm sure he's fine with them.
Yeah, to be honest, he practices a lot of decks. It's not like he can play everything, but he's not afraid to play everything. I saw him playing on CRL E-Giant a lot as well. He told me E-Giant got me a lot of good wins, because E-Giant is very solid on the meta. Both players doing the same defense.
So, when you're talking about this mirror matchup, what are the keys to success when playing it?
Whoever can kill the cannon, for example. If the opponent plays a back cannon, you can get a lot of damage. And if they both play well or very well, whoever gets the damage first might win, because then you just play defense. But no one got a lot of damage here, so it's still a game for both. And 2E Giants is also very good, because you can outcycle a cannon. It all comes down to who plays worse defense. That's what I always say here. Because a worse defense means an E-Giant or something on the tower, right? That's always a lot of damage with these decks.
So interesting difference in the cannon placement. Is Arden trying to get his cannon more involved offensively?
Yeah, I don't agree with that cannon. Look, cannon was barreled away. And now, cannon out, he can, for example, he could have E-Giant, but there's troops there. But for example, that's what I say about the double E-Giant. Cannon wasn't out, but imagine if he was out, he had a free E-Giant at the bridge. I don't think this E-Giant was good because he can defend it. But if you can make someone use 2 cannons to defend 1 E-Giant, you can cycle to another as well.
Aggressive lightning out of Ardentoas. Barb Barrel, make sure it doesn't do anything more after that one. So as we go into the final 90 seconds, Arden does have the lead by about 400 HP, a little less than that on our left-hand lane.
It could have been a good lightning because Triple is about to hit, so he has a lot of elixir to work with on defense. I feel like that wasn't a terrible lightning. I don't understand his cannons though. His cannons are being very different. I don't know. I don't think that's how you play them.
Didn't know if that Golden Knight up high was needed, but plays it anyway. Now Barb Barrel for the first cannon. Second cannon should be here. No ability, no lightning elixir available for Ardentoas. Gets deep in enemy territory, but gets nothing for it. Bomber to reply to the Barb Barrel.
But he has the damage lead, so... He has the NATO, that's defended. He won because of the lightning. That's one of the first times I've seen someone winning.
A crazy Golden Knight dash, though. And it takes so much off of that tower. What are you talking about?
I just cursed him. Let's go.
Yo,
let's go.
Jeb is with a high-level caster curse here.
Wow.
Wow.
Just like that, all it takes. One Golden Knight. One bad defense. Whoever plays defense the worst will lose. Wow. That was a crazy game at the end.
Yes, it was. And we are going... What should have been an ending to this competition extends us all the way into our third and final set.
Surge will play a cycle, yes or yes. He played 2 Betons, and Ardentoas still has log, so he might also play a cycle. Surgical looking like Hog Monk. RG from Ardentoas, like I said, because that's one of his other one tricks.
A nice little bit of Mother Witch value to start off. Actually, a lot of Mother Witch value to start this game off. Huge early damage lead for Ardentoas. And a nice snowball means no... Oh, I thought that King Tower activation was not going to happen there after the snowball.
If Surgical had... oh my god, the Mother Witch. If Surgical had log, this matchup would be very good for Surge, but not having log can be difficult because of the Skeleton King ability. And also you can't log EQ the Mother Witch since you don't have a log. But archers are also very good on this matchup, because Ardentoas doesn't have a way to take them out of the board unless he fireballs, which is a negative trait. Ardentoas started really well, so it's looking very good for him. And he has King activated as well, yep.
King activated, Zappies to annoy the monk.
And a very good damage in single.
Without even playing a Royal Giant.
Exactly. You just played a Mother Witch and an ability. That was it.
Well, and this is a big reason why you see Skeletons not really a part of this deck anymore, right? Even Goblins, while they're still susceptible to the Mother Witch, that little extra that they need to go down.
And they help on defense, yeah. I don't. I think Surgical's last deck was Mortar. I don't know why he didn't go for the Mortar. Oh, because he was scared of Hog. Maybe that was it. That's why I didn't go Mortar. See, I said Ardentoas with a log as RG or Hog, but Surgical maybe also knew it and he didn't go for Mortar. But Mortar he would have been amazing for Surge. And as you can see, no log punishing him. One RG hit again.
1277 on that bottom left-hand tower. It's been all Ardentoas all the way so far in the deciding game for this match.
Yeah, I don't want to do the curse caster again, but I feel like this is gonna be GG. It's very hard to defend.
And Surgical Goblin, yeah. Surge calling good game. The Monk not going to be able to get a knockback here. Instead knocks a pig instead of the Royal Giant, and that's it. Ardentoas comes out huge for Chivas Esports. Gives them the major win to end this one. What a tremendous performance from Ardentoas. Absolute domination. And we should have our scoreboard here in just a minute. Let's see if I can get the standings. I feel like they're sending the standings somewhere else that I don't know about, because I swear that I have the correct thing up, but I just can't see it. Let's go take a look at one of the big moments here from this one for a second as I wait to see if we can get the standings up. And this was, I believe, yes, this is the end from game number 2 where Surgical Goblin ended up getting this crazy golden Knight Dash to tie things up and take game number 2 and send us to a third. But the luck the luck like that will only take you so far, and did not take him quite far enough for the win. Let's see.
After that, he didn't get lucky on the deck pick as also.
Yeah, had a really rough one on the deck pick. Waiting to see if we can get our final standings for the day. But so far, not seeing them. That's the wrong. I'm in the wrong chat looking for standings. Hold on. Let me ask them. Can we see the standings? Because I would like to see them. I cannot type. Let's see if we can actually, if they'll put them up for us, and we can get a look at those here in just a second. But for now, we'll take one more look at that replay.
I can send you if you want, because Revol is showing them.
How is Revel showing them and I can't see them?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Are they on a different clean feed? Because I have the same. Yeah, there's not showing up.
I sent on Discord.
I just don't know. Well, we'll get some of these kinks ironed out for next time. I do not see that. Let me see if I can find some way. This is the feed. Let me try to see if I can get it to work. But I'm seeing nothing. So I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on, folks. Well, let me see if I can find the standings. Yeah, why don't you tell me the standings from here? Actually, you know what? I have a picture.
I sent on Discord if you want.
Yeah, no, they gave me an image for it. I will open that up and put this in here. Give me 1 second, folks, and I will show you guys the standings from this part of the day. Give me 1 second, and we'll get all of these little problems that we had today ironed out very, very soon. I'll be in touch trying to make that get these kind of things fixed. Where do we have them? There we go. Here's the standings. 1 second. And they will fit. And there we go. And here you go. Here's the standings for today. No surprises there. There's a team with a couple of good guys on it, currently undefeated and in first place, right behind that Tribe Gaming on the back of their big win today. Also 3-0. Tribe, are you a bit surprised? Is this the result you expected from Tribe in this tournament so far?
Yeah, their team is very solid, right? So top 4 at least, I expected them to be.
So then we have Chivas and SK Calalas in the 2-win portion. Strangers and Team Queso still in the playoff picture at that current position. SK Gaming and Hype Boys both looking for their first win. And of course, they are not out of it by any means. They can jump in. All you have to do is be top 6. But right now, not in the place that they want to be. So those are your standings as we have them so far. And then let me get you guys our, you know what? I don't even, the whole weird computer thing kind of put some difficulties on our stuff for today. But schedule for when we come back. So that's going to be on March 30th, next Thursday. We'll have Tribe Gaming versus Hype Boys, SK Gaming versus one of Jebba's teams, and SK Calalas. Chivas Esports versus his other team in PUIGINS, and Team Queso versus Strangers, the TIKIS team. So that's our lineup for Thursday, and of course back here tomorrow and the day after for GKR. Jebas, are you to have? Is it going to be an SK Calalas versus SK Calalas grand final in playoffs in April?
If they don't face each other before that, yeah, for sure.
You heard it here first. Jebas, I'm going to sign off here with the team here in a moment, but thank you so much for being here today. Always appreciate having you on the channel. Any final thoughts before I send you on your way?
No, thanks for having me. It's always a blast. Unfortunately, I can only cast 2 games every single time, but I hope I helped some way, somehow.
Well, definitely did. I'm sure everyone watching appreciated your insight. Thank you very much, and good luck, and I'll see you at the next one, because we never stop doing this. All right, folks. Thank you for, first of all, everybody, thanks for bearing with me today on the technical issues. I'll spend some time getting these things as worked out as possible, because they were certainly frustrating on my part. But we'll go ahead and try to get everything streamlined and fixed and working at optimum levels for our next ones. Of course, some of you might already know this is day 3 of 10 in a row of me casting Clash Royale. We're back here tomorrow morning and Tuesday for GKR. And then Wednesday, I'm going to be alongside my buddy Andrew doing the King of the Hill, the Royale Masters King of the Hill competition. You guys can compete in that one. That's available to everybody. Go ahead and check out esports.clashroyale.com for information on how you can compete, and maybe I'll be casting your games on Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is the culmination of the league phase for this competition. So I appreciate you guys being here. We've hit 99,147, so we're gonna hit 100,000 subscribers very soon. We'll open up this cool box back there. It'll be a blast. If you're on Twitch, hang out for a minute. We'll find someone cool to raid, pass the love on. And if you are on YouTube, thanks again. Hit the notifications. Make sure you come back. And as always, make sure, please, be excellent to each other. Peace. All right, Twitch. Hold on 1 second. There I go, ending the YouTube stream.